who you are.
William Kleinsaucer, swing representative, Augusta, Montana. Things are good in the pig world. The futures are sky high right now. Isolene piglet right now open market is bringing $100. So it's the futures are looking good. The cull sow prices are bringing very good money. On the home front, we're in the full swing of calving. Calves are dropping like flies, or we're full swing of that, and it's good weather for it. We got a few inches of snow the other morning, but other than that, it all blew away, so the ground is bare. And on the boar stud, on the Treasure State sire side of things, we are now shipping semen. We actually had the first semen was shipped out. The farm spec tested this week, and we had very high conception rates, and we're very pleased, and we're off and running to a good start. We are currently collecting 320 boars, so we're really ranking the tops.
A lot of boars.
Jake Bettis, cattle representative for Manhattan. It's been a minute since I've been here, but we're back now and ready to rock and roll with border livestock. We are in the middle of calving right now too, and getting ready for our bull sale. Bull sale season's kicking off. Went to one yesterday, and prices were really good to say the least. I anticipate cattle staying high for a while. I mean, our supply is down. USDA was talking about people retaining heifers for a while, and I'm sure not seeing it, and definitely not to the extent where we would be increasing numbers nationally. So I would anticipate other than a black swan event, cattle prices staying high for several years yet. Calving's going good, like William said. The weather's unbelievable, which is great because after last year's calving season, if we had another one like that, I think I'd sell out and be done. Last year was a rough one. But things are going good. Calves, after the calf, we're kicking pairs out. They're spreading out and not staying on a straw pile because there's 2 feet of snow everywhere. So things are good. They're just hectic. Pictured bulls. Now we got a video and fertility test coming up, and just get ready for everything that comes with the bull sale. So, and Greg, you're up. Thanks for.
I'm here just in time. Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, you're here.
Phone's been ringing this morning. So. Had a little snow. The cold snap. Tested waters. It didn't break nothing, but I had to pack around a lot of water to thaw stuff out. Wool market's picking up a little bit. Lamb market's picking up a little bit. So there's some optimism there. Predators are still an issue, but that's an ongoing issue. Got my son's cows moved home. Now I'm feeding's a lot simpler, and neighbor's taking his cows home, so that's one more bunch I don't have to feed. So life is good again. Get warmed up.
Gene. Do we lose Gene?
Looks like we lost Gene.
How about Lily?
I'm here. I'm still dropping kids off at school. So Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry rep from south of Livingston.
Okay.
There you go.
No update.
So Alan Redfield, beef rep south of Livingston. We've had a unusual winter of open, warm, no snow. One of these things I'm looking at, I won't sell a bale of hay until after the next crop's put up, because when you have no snow at 7,000 feet, it kind of makes you wonder what's going to happen. We've been doing a bunch of logging, and they're logging at 7,000 feet, no snow, and the fellow bunchers sinking in 1.5 feet. It's been wet. It's wet because we have much fall moisture. But I look back to 91, and we had a winter sort of like this, and the 5th of May we had 4 feet that night, and so that kind of made it. But then that was the only moisture we had. That 5th of May is the only moisture we had for the whole summer also. The country burned up. You never know what Mother Nature has in store. We'll just have to do whatever happens. So,
Gene's back there.
all right, Gene, you on?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I was on my laptop, but I lost internet. I was trying to get my hotspot going, and I haven't got that going yet. But of course, I didn't get to hear. I heard William, and then I lost connection. But I assume everybody is talking about basically the same thing, that it's kind of an open, dry winter, and if you're going to have a drought, I guess the winter time for the livestock business is probably the best time to have a drought, other than the irrigation situation. And early, I think in December, up in our country, they were showing adequate snowpack, or average snowpack anyway. And I haven't looked at lately, but I can't believe that it's anywhere near average today. So we just hope that this is going to change, so we have some irrigation water, I guess, in the spring, or better rain a lot next summer. The other thing, I guess, we in our operation, we will ship calves here the first week of February, and it looks like they've been doing good. I think they'll weigh right up where they're supposed to be. Of course, Jeremy's going to try and push them right to the slide stop if he can, but not past it. So we'll see how that works out. But they're supposed to go the first week or so of February, and I haven't talked to him in the last couple of days. Date set. Other than that, I'm as you mostly know, I'm down here in Arizona, and it's been pretty nice. I think one day we had it in the 60s, and the rest of the time it's been in the 70s. So not bad. Oh.
All right. So Eric's not on, is he?
Eric's there. We got
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, I'm still fighting Zoom. I haven't got everything quite working yet. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to report out here. We're bare and dry. Ground finally froze kind of right after Christmas. So that was good, because we were fighting a lot of mud up until that time. Markets come back quite a bit from the pre Christmas drop, with the comments from the president and the talk about imports and exports. Not quite to pre levels, but pretty close to it. As far, the good news is, talking to local vets, as we get geared up to vaccinate heifers, everybody seems good on vaccine and EID buttons. So that's good news. But other than that, just kind of steady by jerks. It's dry and the dirt's blowing, but January is a good time for a drought.
Okay. So next we'll go to the approval of last month's meeting minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by William, or moved by William, seconded by Greg, to approve the minutes for the December 17th meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Okay. Motion carries. So, executive officer update.
Yes, we'll roll into that. So the first thing is the Yellowstone Bison EIS IBMP operations update. I'll share that, and Dr. Szymanski's in the room. She may, if she has information that I don't have, then I'll let her obviously jump in. But everything that you guys have been talking about from the standpoint of what's happening around the state, we've had a similar issue with our bison operations for the year. So there had been some snow up high in Yellowstone, but then it disappeared. Lamar Valley opened back up, so some of the bison went back up there. And so we've not really had, any pressure on the boundary, which is good from a workflow standpoint, but from a population management standpoint is not good. So limited opportunity for trapping and the limited opportunity for getting candidates into the quarantine, and then obviously not many hunting opportunities, if any hunting opportunities for the tribal treaty tribes. So heading into the season with the bison population Yellowstone in the mid 5,000s roughly, with a 17% recruitment rate, we know what that leads to, or 13 to 17% recruitment rate. We know that may leave us for next season if something doesn't change here in the next few weeks. There was a movement. We did have a group that graduated from the quarantine program that were able to be moved to Fort Peck for the quality assurance testing, the 1-year quality assurance testing that happens after the designation of brucellosis free. So there is room within the Stevens Creek facility and other facilities there to get candidates into quarantine if we got some back to the boundary. So that's the conservation transfer program. Obviously, I think there's will for doing the food transfer program, so shipping some to processors. But the problem is just needing to get some bison to the boundary to be able to execute on those things. Dr. Szymanski, anything you want to add to that, or can the numbers of what left the quarantine here in the last month?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Connie Szymanski.
If you could walk up here just so we make sure. I was noticing that at the last meeting, just for staff that are listening, that when you still sit in the back of the room, it drives the owls crazy. So,
oh gosh, I was going to say it's never been my volume,
and it'll give you vertigo if you're back. If you're watching the meeting, if you're back watching the recording, it'll give you vertigo watching it, trying to figure out where people are. So,
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health. The two facilities that APHIS has control over are who graduated bison earlier this year. There was about 65 head that went north to Fort Peck. National Park Service is actually testing animals at Stevens Creek facility next week. And then those animals will be eligible to graduate. And that should be close to 150 animals that will go out of Stevens Creek. They've got a really large group that's ready to graduate. In addition to Mike's comments, Mike Himmelsbach last night gave me an update. There's about 80 bison that have kind of wandered down near Gardner, but not anywhere close. Have entered near near Mammoth, so not close to Gardner or the boundary yet. And 80 is a really small number. There are some bison out on the west side. Tribal hunters did get 12 last weekend, so there's been a small removal. Nothing substantial yet. So unless landscape really changes locally, we don't expect to be able to get substantial removals this year.
I had a question, Mr. Chair. So on Derek, but the facility we looked at, Stevens Creek, are they able to capture any to keep the quarantine program going? Is that warm?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, it's a great question, right? With that many animals moving up to Fort Peck, that means that we've got a lot of space in quarantine. Typically, you have to capture about twice as many animals as you have space for once you peel out the positives. And so we would need probably several hundred to come north, and they would have to come as far as that facility before we would have an opportunity to trap them. So I suspect that we probably won't fill quarantine back up this year.
Thank you.
Yep. And so last point on that is that obviously just as a reminder to the board that the state has its challenge to the most recent EIS adopted by Yellowstone National Park that is still active out there, but like any of those processes, long. So no real update or progress on that to be able to report to the board. today, but that is still active, looking at the most recent EIS and whether that was acceptable and that the alternative chosen was acceptable. So that's where we are on Yellowstone National Park bison. As far as the legislative interim update, there's not a lot to share. We were not on the most recent agenda of the Economic Affairs Interim Committee, but we are still due at some point in the next few months to have our agency oversight appointment with Economic Affairs. So we expect to maybe be on their calendar in the spring or the summer. They got 2 or 3 meetings left to do. There should be coming up here in March, maybe before the next time we meet. We'll be up for our next round of interim budget committee meetings with our Section C interim budget committee to talk about how we're progressing through the year and how the budget is going. Of course, it'll start turning over here in the next few months where legislators are going to probably want to know a little bit more about what our plans are for the session. I would say that for today, just so you all know, staff here internally, we've set a deadline on ourselves of March 1st to get any legislative concepts or new budget concepts together so that we can do some internal vetting and refinement on that. Our goal is still to bring that to you in May for your approval, because we'll get your approval before putting that forward to OBPP. That'll be the next step. So we have not gotten normally we by now or right around this time, we get a calendar of what deadlines the Office of Budget and Program Planning at the Governor's Office is setting for all the agencies to put in any new budget decision packages, to put forward any legislative concepts. But we've not received that yet. But usually, unless they really move it up, we're usually good to make that decision here at this table around May to have everything approved that we're going to submit to them to then go through their process. Eventually, just always reminding folks that the goal there is we hope that by that August, September meeting of Economic Affairs, usually is when we have to have our legislative concepts into them if we're looking for them to do any sort of pre-introduction. And of course, the importance of that is that gives you some priority in getting those bills drafted once you find a sponsor. So if you don't submit them to your interim committee for pre-introduction and get that approval from your interim committee, then you are way down the bottom of the list behind everything else. So we've usually utilized that process to get our things in ahead of time and make sure we have some drafting priority so we can get our stuff done really before the legislative session starts and it starts getting crazy. So we'll try to hit all those deadlines again, but that's what we're working towards here on the interim side. The good news is we don't really have anything. I know the audit committee met last week, but we really don't have anything with the audit committee this time around. I'll knock on wood when I say that out loud. That's good. There's probably still some follow-up to do on the financial audit findings from 2 years ago about timeliness of deposits, particularly in the brands inspection area, with getting those deposits to the bank within 7 days. We had a little issue with that. That's largely, we've been tracking that and that's going very well. I don't know if we'll ever have to go back and do a follow-up on that, but it is possible that sometime in the next few months, if the audit committee meets, they may want us to come back and just follow up on how we have implemented those recommendations that the legislative auditors had provided us on that last financial audit. But as far as performance audits goes, we have no active performance audits. So that's made it a nice interim that we've not had to really have a lot of engagement with the legislative audit committee. But that's what's been going on in the legislative interim. I would say, I guess some of you would know this better than I do, but we're pretty close to some deadlines for folks to be declaring candidacies and those things. If we haven't already reached them, I can't remember, they've changed when that time frame happens. But obviously, as we head into the next few months, We're going to have folks who are running for reelection, folks who are trying to run for election for the first time. We know here as a staff, and you as a board too, should be prepared for that you'll start getting engagement from people about ideas they have that they want to bring. So I'll say along that line, we had a meeting with Montana Farm Bureau yesterday. They didn't share any initiatives with us that are direct to our agency that they're planning to pursue, but this is also the time of year where we'll start to get contact. And Callie Wicks is there in the back of the room representing Montana milk producers. So we'll start to see stakeholder groups coming to engage us on, legislative ideas that they're bringing forward. So I say that for Callie's benefit, and I said it to Farm Bureau yesterday when they came and met with us, just reminding them of, if there's something you want the agency to do as an agency bill, it is the time that you need to be getting to us so that the board can consider it and decide whether they want to pursue that as an agency bill or not. I would say that and then of course it's, if you want board and agency support, you need to start engaging us on those things sooner rather than later, even though it's still, seems like a year away before a legislative session's here. That year will go very quickly. That's my update on legislative issues. I guess I'll just pause and see if there's any questions there.
Any questions on the legislative? I guess the only thing I had on that was that some of the penalties or the fines or whatever, we need to get those into 2026 realm. The only thing I see on that one.
Yeah, some of those changes that we made last session on that, I think one of the things that has been a challenge is that we made changes within legislation, but we also need those changes to get updated within the Montana bond book that is put out by the Supreme Court, which is what county attorneys and prosecutors use to determine those fines. And so I don't know that we've quite figured out how we influence that process yet, but it is still something that's on our mind.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to share on Ops Review a little bit. Brian and I met with the governor on the 14th, so 2 weeks ago. Well, actually, no, we met with him last week because we got canceled on the 14th, but I had been prepared to talk to him on the 14th. But I think we actually met with him on the 21st. As far as just things I shared with him that I'll share with you, one of the things that's interesting is the quarterly slaughter figures are kind of normalizing. I would say this, they're normalizing based on the herd or where we expect to be on herd size, but we're still outpacing 2020 and 2021. So I guess the moral of my story there is that we are still getting a lot of local processing, but I doubt that this fiscal year of processing, and it stands to reason, is going to be as strong as what we had seen in previous years, because at some point we do start to run out of animals. The budget wise, I never get really too excited about it, other than I like that our expenses that are below the appropriated budget that we've had through this point in the year. Revenue, obviously, the next month or two is when we'll see the revenue line really start to catch up as per capita fee gets reported and paid into the Department of Revenue. And our cash balances, let's see, we need to get somebody out there to mute on Zoom.
Gene, can you mute?
It shows that I am muted. I don't know what.
Must have two running at the same time.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try and shut this off.
I don't have host capabilities right now, so I can't mute him. So Dale, can you mute him?
Is that better?
Much better.
Yeah. All right. As far as the market cattle movement, you saw, I just put out the December numbers in your most recent weekly report, and you can see that we're kind of right on line with the throughput at the commission companies of where we were to this point last year, maybe just slightly ahead of it, which again is with the herd size that we have out there is still phenomenal, right? I mean, I think it's an indication of everything you guys talked about earlier that, obviously the incentive that everyone is incentivized to keep things moving and not retain. And also probably, I think those markets and that availability probably dictates that people use commission companies a little bit more. I think I've noticed over my years, and I would welcome Eric and Jake and others and Alan who are deep into this, but I think I've noticed that over the years that when markets are good, commission companies do good. And I think that's probably a product of people not having to be very creative about how they're marketing cattle when markets get tighter. That's what I think I've noticed over the years, just anecdotally, as being a little bit more telling about what happens at the markets. But when markets are really strong and good and prices are good, we see a lot of throughput at the markets. And that's what obviously we're seeing again this year. Just some highs and lows that we reported to the governor. We did that last, and Jay and Tanya and myself were present for the last delivery of pork from Producers Partnership to the Montana Food Bank Network to their facility in Missoula, sort of capping off the end of that. And I think the final tally was a little over 12,000 pounds of ground pork and pork sausage that they were able to get donated to the Montana Food Bank Network. We put on there that we did get some quarantine bison moved and some population reduction and an opening of more space should bison come. That was something that was a good news story. We did get some additional funding for meat and poultry inspection, the big beautiful bill, which passed last year. Someone had snuck in there trying to get this 50-50 cost share back to a true 50-50 cost share. So we saw a little bit more money in our cooperative agreement for meat and poultry inspection. We did get the FDA follow-up check rating for milk inspection. We did get through that and pass that, which was really good. And I just put that, and we were talking about in December that all of us together and all the different places we had been had a really good round of stakeholder meetings and had, at least from my perspective, gotten a lot of positive comments from stakeholders that we had met with about things going on with the department. On the low side, I did mention the Yellowstone National Park season not really allowing us to get population removals at the number that we really want. I did put as a low that, we're going to continue weekly surveillance on high path avian influenza in milk. We thought we might be seeing the end of that, but no, we haven't seen the end of that. And that's going to be continuing. The brucellosis affected herd that we had in Gallatin County, just a low, just getting hit with that and having to deal with it, even though it's something we deal with a lot. And then Tawny had mentioned, and I put there because I was just trying to prepare for any complaints there, but Tawny had been dealing with some RFID issues at the Canadian border, mainly with tags that are not manufactured very well and not reading when people got to the border, and that and Canada was being kind and letting stuff across, but it was at that time when we were talking about that was one of those things that it was like, well, can we continue to do that? Right. So and basically it was one, I won't name names, but one tag manufacturer that it wasn't just the tag itself breaking down, but it was the actual button and the ability to read it, which is very important when you're doing international export. On the 6-month goals, we started a new period. So a few things that we've got out there, and I know that's very, very small print. Let me blow that up for people in the room and maybe for people online. So things we got to do in the next 6 months, we have to get prepared for the 3-year federal audit of the meat and poultry inspection program. That's going to happen in the next 6 months. One thing, and I'll point out for Mr. Kleinsaucer that we've engaged with Montana Egg Products, and we want to procure and keep their salmonella testing business. So there's a third-party audit that we need to come through at the lab to reassure Montana Egg Products that we are the vendor they want to use to do that testing. We were going to work with Department of Ag. I left this on there. I'll give Mr. Moore credit for this. This goes back to trying to impress upon it when we're talking about, it's not just value. When we talk about value added, we're not just talking about processing, but talking about increasing feeding, increasing other opportunities within the state. Department of Ag right now has a major federal award that they were given that allows them to work on innovative feeding practices. So at least we are collaborating with them on, and I've been trying to help them with people they should talk to, that because it's the grant is such that it's you're going to have to work to find people to do it. But if you've got people who are wanting to work on innovative feed practices that reduce emissions and those types of things, there's an opportunity there. Also, one of the things that's part of that grant is people who are looking at potentially using digesters to process waste into energy and into natural fertilizers. I know we have at least a couple of feedlots that have been looking at that, and we have one processor that has been looking at that. And I've encouraged that person that they should apply for the grant, because not just what they can do for their processing facility, but maybe they can kind of become a regional hub for several others in that area. They have a lot of processors within 50 to 60 miles of them. And if they could, as opposed to that going in the landfill, if we could get that into a digester and either produce energy or fertilizer from that offal. So we're working with Department of Ag on, it's not ours to do, but trying to help source for them people that might be good people to talk to that, talk about putting in a grant proposal. We've got to get this lab move initiated. We're going to take possession on April 26th. So we're working on finalizing the MOUs with our tenants in the building, as we're the owner of the building, and our partners, trying to figure out things like snow removal, janitorial services, all of those issues. And of course, it's time to do a ribbon cutting sometimes towards the end of April. We did the groundbreaking. Now we're at the point of doing the ribbon cutting. On animal health, Tani working with FWP on the annual elk capture that we're going to do down on the Crow Reservation here soon, and getting results on that.
It started yesterday.
It started yesterday, so she's already working on that goal. So we want to be testing those elk. And other things that I put in here that Dr. Szymanski been working on was trying to get FWP to other areas where they handle elk. I think at the last meeting we may have talked about where they might be handling or moving elk because of nuisance, because of roadways or other things. And anytime where they're handling elk, if we could get brucellosis surveillance on those elk, particularly in the DSA, that would be good. So working with FWP to get better results and more results there. We've got to distribute the RFID tags, which is in process, and Eric talked about that, or Mr. Moore talked about that in his opening. We with the additional money we got right at the end of the fiscal year that the board approved, and with the allocations that we've gotten from the federal government, trying to cover as much of that as we possibly can, particularly as we head into the vaccination season. Then Jay's still working on maybe finding some more pilot tests to extend the use of the ServiceNow system out into the field, particularly with local inspectors, to see how that would work, to see what challenges we might have. And he does have a few that are willing to maybe be guinea pigs for us and try that out. So he's still working through that. On the Livestock Loss Board, we don't normally have something in there, but I felt Leslie Doley, who's taken over that role, one of the things that she's really working on is trying to improve the visual data and the dashboards. And she's really done some neat stuff already that she's able to put up there on the website that provides a lot more detail about where are depredations occurring, where are claims coming from. And when you look at that on maps, it really is kind of interesting. And so I think she's doing a good job of producing data that'll be helpful for the industry out of what they're doing. One of the things that she noticed that she needs to work on is promoting better usage of the program. Haven't said much about this publicly, but in October, she gave us a stat, and I may not have the numbers exactly right, but they're pretty close, that there were 80 confirmed or probable kills at Wildlife Services. Now that Dalen is sharing, he can't share with us the personal information on people because they can't do that. They can't do that unless somebody makes a claim. But they at least are sharing the numbers of confirmed and probable kills in the aggregate that they're doing. So there was 80 confirmed or probable kills that someone could make a claim on. And in that month of October, I think Leslie received 8 claims. So there's a big gap between the number of confirmed and probable kills and the people that are actually applying for reimbursement. And so that's a gap that I think we want to close because we've got money to give to people and we don't want it just sitting in the bank account.
Oh, so Mr. Chair, so why aren't people executing on that or turning animals into to collect it?
That's a question I do not have the answer to, Mr. Kleinsaucer, but I don't know if anybody else here might have any thoughts.
I think there's some lag in it. There's going to be a little bit of lag time in it.
And so
People get around to it a couple months later. So
some of the producers who expect more kills will kind of wait and try and do them as one instead of each one separately. They'll wait a little later on and do several of the ones swing.
So that's one of the things we just want to make sure that that's promoted and people know that they have that availability. And then of course they've got $380,000 of grant funds. The Livestock Loss Board does. That application deadline ends this week, and the Livestock Loss Board is going to be meeting in February to determine distribution of that to those who've applied for grants. And I think she's got them encouraged that if they don't spend all their money, as opposed to just sitting on it, like 6 months from now, go out and do another grant, just keep doing it and making sure that money is getting out there into the hands of people that can do something with it versus sitting in bank accounts drawing interest. Then we've got Brian's the point person on that. We haven't really talked a lot about that, but there was some federal laws have changed, and websites now have to be ADA, American Disabilities Act compliant, particularly for the visually impaired. By the middle of this year, the state has set a deadline of April to have state websites to be ADA compliant. We have a lot of non-compliance on our website. Some of the documents and things we have. And so it would say that so somebody's visually impaired and they have a reader program that when they're scanning over the website, that it picks things up and reads it to them coherently. So we're working really hard on trying to get into compliance with those laws here over the next 6 months. And then, of course, we already talked about that the big thing for us in the next 6 months is engaging the stakeholders for the department, the board, and the staff for what our legislative and budget needs are going to be so that we can get those to the board, get them approved, and know how we're moving forward. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's what we reported to the governor this last time, and the goals and big rocks, things that we're looking at that we as a department have to get done here in the next 6 months. So I'll be glad to take any comments or questions on that.
Any questions, comments? Okay, I guess we'll look on Mr. Spetz. Should be.
Yeah, he's rolling out of his office right now.
So, Alan, or Mr. Chair, I see in the information that was sent out that there maybe was a need for more funding on the Crow Reservation elk capture. What's the status of that? Are we getting that taken care of, or what progress?
Tony will answer the question, Gene.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Curry, sorry, usually it's Mr. Chair. So a couple things happened this year is one, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks had to buy a larger number of collars than they typically have had to. They've been limping them along for several years, and it was just time to replace the collars. To run those collars for a year and collect the GPS data, each of those collars requires a subscription. The cost of the subscriptions has increased. And then they contract the capture helicopter and crew. And historically, that's been about $600 or $700 per animal roughly is what it comes out to. And this year we're sitting at about $1,000 per elk to capture, with the cost of the helicopter crew and then a spotter plane. So we have enough funding to get about 70 to 75 elk, with the kind of the standard $240,000 that we transfer to FWP. We have some space in some areas of our brucellosis DSA program budget that we feel like we should treat this capture on the crow as a one-time only opportunity. And 100 is the animal's number that we want. So we're going to figure out how to kind of pay the difference.
Great.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, oh, go ahead, Gene.
Well,
Good
just
call.
a follow-up, and it's not related, but or it is kind of, but a neighbor told me that there's a large, like between somewhere around at least 1,000 head elk in the between Judith Gap and Eddie's Corners that are out on the farm ground, and they've talked to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks about ways of hazing them back to the timber. And last time I talked to him, there hadn't been anything very successful on the other side of the highway. I think there's a shoulder season, but they happen to be on the west side of the highway, and so they were talking about maybe taking some of those elk. Now, would those be some that if they do get so they're shooting some of those elk and eliminating them? Is there a protocol to run a test on those elk, just to kind of, we're not in the DSA, but you know, that's not that far away, I guess, the way elk travel. So just
Sure. Mr. Chair, Mr. Curry. So when they're hunter harvested for a shoulder season or a damage hunt, typically FWP will not have like a biologist on the ground that would collect samples out of those animals at the time that they're harvested. I don't think that at this time there are any plans to deploy hunter sampling kits in that area. That is an ongoing conversation that we've had with FWP to try and utilize that as a tool over the next 5 years. But I would say north of the Crazies is what you're just north of the Crazies?
It's way north.
Way north. Okay.
The Snowies.
Okay. Is not an area that I think there has been a priority for using hunter harvested samples. Certainly if FWP is in that area doing other work, there's other reasons that they'll capture elk besides brucellosis surveillance. Then they would collect samples on that population. And I can certainly make the ask.
I guess my question is, what all is entailed and what all data do we collect when we do these samplings and trackings?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, great question. So based upon the population size for the estimated elk population size, they set a target capture number. And that target capture number is to be essentially statistically significant when we get test results back. So that's the first step. When those animals are captured, they typically will do like body condition. They will collect multiple samples of blood off of them. They may pregnancy test them. They have not been doing that as often of late. And then they will collar a subset of them. So they'll collar about 30 out of 100 elk. And then they will follow those collars for the next year. So we'll get movement data on how those animals move on the landscape that should be relatively representative of the population. And so then when you overlay all of the collar data, you can see where populations communicate or where movement trends are, so that I have to come back over to the side of the state where I have a little bit more familiarity. But like if we had found positives in the highlands, which are south of Butte, and there was connectivity based upon those collars that showed them crossing the interstate and going over into the highlands, then that would be an area that we would want to come back and focus on, because those populations connect and we've got seropositive on one side and seronegative on the other. So we use it to inform future decisions.
One more.
Okay.
Is it multi-sex or just cows, or what do they call it?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, I believe they capture exclusively females.
William.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a question on these elk. I was traveling last Tuesday afternoon, about 7 miles from Eddie's Corner. It was about 500 of them in the big field right next to the road there. Are people allowed to hunt them?
Not on that side.
Because 10 miles prior to that, I met 3 trucks, and they must have 3-4 elk apiece on there.
On the east side, there's a shoulder season. On the west side, there's not. So they go back on the east side. They shoot a few of them, and they go back to the west.
Doesn't take them long to figure it out.
Go
Well, there
back
was a big herd there. It was right next.
There's a couple ranches that are kind of safe harbors right on the east side there.
That's the other issue, the safe harbor part. All right, thank you, Mr. Spatz.
All right. Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Getting a little extra camera time sitting next to the state vet. Talk about the opposite of what I normally talk about, the human side of the department. My name is Michael Spatz. I'm the Human Resource Officer for the Department of Livestock. Appreciate the board giving me the opportunity to talk about some few items in the people operations world. Human resource side of things, in good fashion, keeping the report and data short for you today. Talk about staff openings, recruitment. It's basically what we got for you. Just kind of kicking it off, some of the numbers, piece of that there. Since the last board meeting, we have hired 1 new person. We've had some internal movement, a couple of internal promotions there. We've had 4 vacated positions. That number's a little higher than it's been previously, so that's not something we see often these days, is 4 in a month, but that did happen. We knew those were happening. Nothing was a surprise there. We do have an upcoming resignation in the lab. It's a veterinary pathologist, which is a specialized position that is posted, and we are recruiting. So, and then recruitments, our number, we're currently recruiting for 11 positions. We're moving on a bunch of those. That, again, that number is a little higher than it's been. It's not the average of what we usually look at, but got a couple of positions in Billings. They conducted interviews there. They're going to have an offer that's going to go out to an applicant, so that one should come down soon. Ramsey's got some good applicants. The big ones are the veterinary pathologist in Bozeman there, and the section head in Bozeman. You can call Dr. Szymanski back up, but it sounds like they had some good interviews that they went through with some applicants. So they're going to perform a second round of interviews with a few of those. So I think at least 3, Dr. Szymanski. Is that
3, yeah, 3 strong candidates.
Yeah, so that's hopeful. We saw kind of a good uptick right after the holidays in the recruitment and applicants applying and things like that. So that's good. I know their lab still got a milk laboratory technician that they're looking for, but a lot of applicants in there, and they have some internal people interested in that as well. So hopeful that those will get filled through the lab. Sydney's got an offer to an applicant that's going out, so that one should be off our list. Glendive is they're holding tough. That one's good to say about the brands in the eastern side of Montana, that they're not just trying to fill seats. They're looking for the right pedigree of applicant that will be a good fit for the team. So they're holding out for someone that's good and got skills that they can work with. So those are taking a little longer, but they are working on it. Their section head job, we just talked about that in the lab. Our IT systems position, we'll have second round of interviews coming up for that. I think we had 48 applicants for that job or something. It was pretty popular. So shouldn't that be? Yeah.
It's an easy job.
It's a lot of smart people out there working on computers, I guess. And then we got our investigator position in District 11, which is the Yellowstone, Muscle counties there. And then we have working on a sanitarian position in animal health. Interviews, second round of interviews were yesterday. 1 more interview next week. Some pretty good applicants, but again, they're being smart, looking for good applicants out for that position. So,
Mr. Chair, I have a question, if I could hop in here.
Yes, go ahead, Liv.
Excuse me. So it appears that we have had a lapse in an active sanitarian license, and I looked at both the job descriptions, and it does list as a requirement that they become an active sanitarian within a year of hire. So my question, Mr. Spatz, would be like, is it your job to follow up on licensure within that year of hire? And then probably Mr. Honeycutt has to answer this one, but did having an unlicensed sanitarian affect us in our check rating? Like, what, I guess, do we do as a department to like make sure that people are licensed to do their jobs?
Right. And so the first part of that is it's both between it's management responsibility and mine to make sure that they're following through and people are getting the licensure that they're saying that they need. As far as, you know, I wish Ms. Love was in here as the bureau chief, but as far as if it's in statute that they have to be that sanitarian or not, I know that's the department's requirement. That's Alicia's requirement of that position, but I don't know if that's something that's legally required. To be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that without Alicia in the room. So.
I don't believe.
No, it's
I don't
not
believe it
required.
is.
Yeah.
So it's not required. It's our requirement. It's what our preference is that someone who takes those positions get that. One of the things that I would encourage people who are maybe checking sanitarian licenses is that one thing we don't do anymore is the temporary licenses. And so we did have somebody had a temporary license that is still working towards their full license. We did not have them re-register with the Department of Labor. And the reason for that is that there's no gain to that. So I don't know if I'd call it red tape relief, but in the 23 session, there were some changes made for professional boards with the Department of Labor. It used to be that when someone got that temporary, that it actually counted for something. It now doesn't count for anything. It doesn't gain you anything. And I've talked to Ms. Love about that, and she did not feel the need to pay a couple of $100s every year to the Department of Labor for something that wasn't actually going to help our employees, where they weren't getting any additional training. They weren't getting anything other than just having that temporary license. I do know we have one person that's not licensed presently. They are scheduled for their exam in May. And so hopefully when May comes and they take that exam, when that exam is offered by the Board of Sanitarians, that they will obtain that position. And we often don't have. Yeah, go ahead.
It's hard to be on Zoom. I'm really trying not to be rude.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chair. So what is like the recourse? Like, say this person does not pass in May. Like how many chances do they get to get their license?
It's you know, I don't think we've set a precedent on that yet. You know, there's not history of that happening, but that is something that I was going to mention. So it's a great question. But when people don't meet those, then the department and management have to get together and we discuss the appropriate actions moving forward. If they can continue to perform the position or if something else has to happen or what's going on with that. So what they need to get that license, whatever it is. But we work with them on that. So.
Yeah. And as I think one of our challenges, you've heard, we talked last time about the lab and some of the challenges with some of the things we require there that maybe are not the absolutes of AAVLD certification, those things, but they're certainly things that we want. So we had that discussion in December. I think we have a similar issue around registered sanitarians. I would point out that in the last time we had an opening, I don't know about this pool that they were interviewing to backfill a position yesterday. But in the most recent position that we hired, you know, we would have no matter who we would have hired, we would have had someone who still had to would have still had to become a registered sanitarian. The other thing I'd point out is there's 56 counties in Montana. There are not 56 county sanitarians. And the reason for that is that there is not a lot of these people. In fact, some counties, there are some people that are covering 6 or 7 counties as their public health sanitarian. And so that is one of those things that is strongly preferred, but is also something I think we have to consider that I think our normal, it'll be nice if we get registered sanitarians right out the gate that come to us with that criteria. But if we don't, then it has to be something we have to train for and do what we're doing, which is to put them in the process of eventually obtaining that. Now, the risk of that is once they obtain that, there's lots of other job opportunities for them. And so we have to risk that we will train them for their next job versus training them for our job. But I think that's one of the things we've had a challenge with is just it's a very limited pool of people out there in this public health sanitarian world, and particularly in Montana, it's even tougher.
Yeah, just
Oh yeah. I'm sorry if I just jumped on
No,
someone's
please.
steps. I absolutely agree with that. I guess my question just really like pertains to that within 1 year of hire, getting your license sanitarian, whatever license, your sanitarian license within a year, because that was the lapse. It looked like a pretty long lapse.
Yeah. And that's why I addressed the fact that we didn't maintain that. And I think we have to address that. We don't see a value in maintaining those temporary licenses anymore until somebody meets all the criteria to go take the exam. And like I said, I will trust Miss Love on that. I wish she was here to give her reasoning for that. But a lot of that happened with some of those changes that happened legally in 2023, and the fact that essentially we're paying money that provides no value to the department or provides no value to the individual versus how it was before they changed those professional labor standards during the 23 session. And Dr. Szymanski had her hand raised.
I was going to say, I'm sorry.
Mr. Honeycutt, I am in the meeting.
Oh, I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to find a spot to not interrupt people. I'm having the same battle as Lily to not have an awkward jump in. So, Mr. Honeycutt, Ms. Anderson, I'm happy to clarify anything that we would like to discuss about this topic.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, go ahead.
You go ahead, Tawny. I'll see if any other questions come up while you're talking.
I'm gonna, Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, maybe to prompt Alicia, based upon words that I've heard come out of her mouth, is that yes, it is a requirement, and we need to address that. But Alicia has said that she doesn't feel like the sanitarian certification in Montana is actually a measure of somebody's ability to do milk sanitarian work. And so there has been a prioritization on getting folks up to speed and doing their jobs out on the landscape when we have shortages, instead of, carving out time to take a test that isn't reflective of their job knowledge.
And
yeah, we should point out that it's not a specific milk sanitarian certification. It's a general public health.
Yes.
So it's dealing with, you're dealing with things like, I don't know, wastewater, swimming pools. So they have to study for a lot more than milk to pass that registered sanitarian exam.
Restaurant testing.
And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson, I will also just make the observation that a variation of this conversation has happened before. A number of states do not have their milk inspectors as sanitarians, and we've had people apply for vacancies within my milk program with milk experience that have not taken the microbiology class that is required to be a sanitarian, and they have not passed the sanitarian exam. I would say about half of the states, about half is what I'd probably estimate, actually require their milk inspectors to be a sanitarian. Many of them, just as Tawny explained, they train them for the specialties of the job. Obviously, we want people to be well educated with a good background in science and food safety, but the exam is extremely broad, and my interest is to have people that can support the needs of the industry and support the needs of my bureau. Obviously, I want them to become a sanitarian, but if anyone is to be responsible for this delay in timing, it has been my prioritization of how I train my staff. So I will take ownership of that decision.
Thank you, Alicia. Mr. Chair, I have one little follow-up question. So in saying that it did not affect a check rating they would not penalize us for having an unlicensed sanitarian. And then in like Mike was talking about earlier with like the audit committee, having an unlicensed sanitarian, even though we list it as a requirement, would not be an audit finding. I guess that would be my other clarifications.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson. So like I said, many states do not require this. They do not require sanitarians. So like the ratings officer, Mr. Godfrey, who has been doing our ratings since Rosemary retired, he is not a sanitarian. It is our state employment requirement. It is not something that the FDA is concerned about. They are concerned about my staff attending FDA trainings. They want to see my staff attending the NCIMS conference. So they are really looking at the specialized training to do milk regulation and understand the PMO. Our hiring standards are our own, and it's not something that they would audit.
And Mr. Chair, if I can probably better address the second part of Ms. Anderson's question about audit. So when the Legislative Audit Committee, they're looking for conclusions, findings of fact, where we're violating state laws or rules. So if we had a statute in state statute, or if it were a CFR, the federal law, that required anyone performing this function to be a board certified sanitarian, then that would be something we would be worried about. But since neither CFR nor state statute require it, it's not. If they were doing, say, a performance audit of the milk program, now they might make a recommendation that obviously the more educated and qualified people you get, you would hope the better job they do. Now, my experience has been, and I'm probably a living example of where that's not always true. But that's where we'd have to worry about audit, is if we actually had a state statute or a CFR that we were not following. That's where we'd be at risk of an audit finding, because their finding of fact would be that we're not following state and federal law. So I don't believe we have an audit concern there.
Okay, thank you. Is it something that we should take out of the job description then if we don't?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. So basically you're saying is the state requires the sanitarian to have a sanitary license, but the FDA doesn't.
Right.
So that's like me or Jake going into taking a driver's license and the official behind the desk is not certified. Is that legitimate?
I would think that what we have to do, I think Ms. Anderson made a comment right there at the end that I don't know if everybody heard, but I heard, which I think what we need to do is we need to address what our position description says, right? And we probably need to make sure that if we're treating the sanitarian license as a preference, it needs to be stated that way in the position description. With some teeth though, because I do think it's something we want people once on the job. I think it's something we want to encourage them to pursue. But, if you say, it's just difficult. We don't have anyone that meets those criteria straight away, or very few times we have someone that meets those criteria straight away that applies for the job. And so you're training someone in for the job and trying to get them to that level. But we may need to pull that back to more of a preference than a requirement. Because it's not truly a legal requirement. It's just been our internal requirement. And that may be where we're confusing people.
Okay. And then real quick again, Mr. Chair, because I also just feel for the other employees that are licensed. Obviously, I feel like a microbiology class, I wouldn't want to take that. And I probably wouldn't want to take a class on wastewater management to do milk inspection. So in I don't know, devaluing the sanitarian license, is that setting up? I just feel for other employees that have already gone through it, I guess. And I don't know how we would handle that.
Yeah, members of the board, Mr. Honeycutt, just touching on some of those pieces, if the department can require that, if that's what they want, and then we can decide who the best applicant is to perform those positions. But and we do have to work on our job descriptions. That's something that we have to update and make sure that those are up to date and saying the right things. But what I did like about it is having that sanitarian, if that's what Miss Love wants in her bureau, is that sanitarian position that kind of sets the standard of what we're looking for, and it sets the tone of the people that we want. An example of that is we've conducted 9 interviews so far. We'll have another one next Tuesday, and out of the 10, there's I think 4 of them have been licensed sanitarians. So it's a small tight market, else we wouldn't have any applicants. So I think either way, preferred, or if that's what they want to do, I think that's fine, but it'll change the tone of who we recruit for. And then once we start kind of pulling that stuff away, if it could potentially change classification and pay and things like that too, if we change what we're requiring of people as well. So, and maybe, maybe.
I'm gonna ask one more and we can probably move on. So do we incentivize that? I mean, do we pay for classes and stuff for them to get their sanitary license after they're hired?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's no change in pay. We just pay for the schooling or help them with the schooling.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other
Thanks,
questions, comments on that?
All right.
Good talk.
Yeah, that was great discussion. I appreciate that. On to the next slide, just getting into the shout outs and specifics within a couple divisions. We did have some internal movement and some promotions. So on the animal health side, Olivia Johnson was promoted to an administrative specialist position that we had posted here within the last few weeks. And then on the brand side, we had Mike MacArthur promoted to the market supervisor there in Ramsey. So that did open up a market inspector position with him moving up. So they are recruiting for that currently. And then they had Amy Delara as a new hire, hired on January 5th, the market inspector in Lewistown. So welcome to Amy. Kind of looking at the positions that we're working on in animal health, continuing to recruit for that veterinarian microbiologist section head position. We've got a veterinary pathologist position posted out there. So those are some of the ones that are proving a little tougher on the lab side, but they've got applicants, they're talking to people. So we're hopeful there. And then the brand side, recruiting for the market inspector, Ramsey, investigator, District 11, still trying to build a pipeline there of applicants. And then the Eastern Montana side, we did have some offers going out, but they're holding out the Billings area. It's Glendive, kind of looking for a good applicant there still. So the openings are still there, but they're being diligent just to find the right people. So hopeful. And then just kind of on the general update side of things, HR, got to throw this out there because it's coming up quick, but January 31st, the performance evaluations are due. Got a few people that got some things to work on there to get those done, but I know they're working on it. Yeah.
I'll help myself. I've not finished all mine. Got a few days. Got to get them done.
But those will happen. That's just kind of how we work. They get them all done overnight and almost have a heart attack, but they get them done. So thanks. And then that second bullet, it says attending. That's just timing of when I write this. I forgot that it would be after, but thanks to Mr. Honeycutt, I was able to attend MSGA Ag Labor Summit. Talk about the department, building relationships, pipeline, that type of thing, keeping talent in Montana. And then February 23rd, attending MSU for a employer-student mingle session and talk about the department and things like that. So a little proactive recruitment that's happening, which state government we don't do a whole lot of. But so it's good that we're doing that. So
yeah, I'll just add if I can to Mr. Spatz, and I was also for the first day at the Ag Labor Summit and got a chance to be a part of a panel that also included Corey Schultz from BLS and Pays and one of our general managers from one of our co-ops in the state to talk about allied industries that are providing service to the industry and the issues we're having. So obviously Corey talking about livestock markets, co-op talking about the people they need to hire, and me talking about you just heard a long conversation about our challenges in the government services sector of people who provide service to the industry who need to have some education, training, understanding of, one of the things with the markets is difficult. I think I shocked a few people in the panel where I talked about that it is not uncommon for us to get people to apply for a market inspector job that have never really been around livestock. And thank God we do yard tests because we figure that out really fast. And so it was a good opportunity to talk about some of the challenges that we're having, because I think, from the farm and ranch side, they don't always see that. They were sort of looking for the same people. But as I told Mike, one of the things I was hoping, an impression I would leave behind, is that we have, whether it's a milk inspector, meat inspector, brand inspector, district investigator, that we have good jobs that have good pay, benefits. And, we would like people to encourage their sons, daughters, nieces, nephews to look for employment at Department of Livestock, because maybe we can be a bridge to keeping those people into the community so that they're close to you and can help out on the ranch. And we'll be more than glad to take a good 5 to 10 years from them until there's time or there's room for them to come home on the ranch full time. We'll gladly do that for you, so they don't go to Denver and never come back home again. And so that was one of the things that we were doing, is trying to say, like, hey, encourage. We understand people have to work their way into an operation. We've got a great bridge for that. We've got some really good paying jobs with good benefits in your community, and you should encourage them to look at the Department of Livestock. And I think we have several staff currently that fit that bill, that we know they're going to go to the home ranch at some point, but we're going to get as much time out of them as we can while we got.
Yeah, that was a really good, well-received message, I thought. So, yeah.
Any more questions for Mr. Spatz?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you again.
We'll do legal counsel.
And while Miss Simon is coming up, I'll kick off legal counsel, even though I'm not an attorney. So I'm practicing law without a license right now. So somebody needs to. No.
That's why we hired you.
No, I just.
So we didn't have to have this.
No, I told her that I would kick this off and talk about it. I just wanted to address real quick that on January 16th. So as you're aware, there has been an appeal with the Interior Board of Land Appeals regarding the use of 7 allotments in South Phillips County by the American Prairie for bison. There were 3 different appeals that were made, one including South Phillips County Grazing District, stock growers, and stakeholder NGO organizations. There was one that was the state under the governor. So the governor, Department of Livestock, FWP, DNRC, Department of Agriculture, et al., all of the agencies that were impacted by that decision. And then another filed by the Attorney General on their behalf, appealing and protesting the decision to allow those grazing allotments to be used for bison and all other things that have been done to those grazing allotments. So back in December, I think we talked about a little bit, just to give the background, that had been sitting with the Interior Board of Land Appeals, for a long time now. And I don't know if there's been a whole lot of judges appointed to the Board of Land Appeals. So they were way behind. The Secretary of the Interior, under his authority, decided to take over this particular appeal and bring that decision to the Secretary's office. So on January 16th, and I have a copy of it here for those who are in attendance who want to look at it, we received the proposed decision by the Secretary of Interior on January 16th. I know you've all seen it in the press, but basically that said that they were pulling back that previous decision that had been made, and not allowing the change of those 7 allotments to be cattle or bison or just bison, and basically reverting all those to cattle only allotments. And on the basis that their belief that the Taylor Grazing Act, FLPMA, all of the underlying laws and legislation did not support the use of those BLM grazing allotments for a non-commercial, non-production use, and cited that AP had, as in many publications and many documents, cited that they did not intend to manage their livestock for a commercial production purpose, but for a conservation purpose. And so the key to that is one that doesn't affect. There are commercial bison that are grazing on BLM allotments in other parts of the country, not in Montana. So it didn't affect that. It only affected these 7 allotments and how they were being used for a non-commercial purpose. So what happens next with that, now that we've received that proposed decision, it sort of resets everything back to where we were. So now folks who disagree with that proposed decision from the date of notification have 15 days, which should be coming, if not the end of this week. I don't know how they treat weekends and holidays, but it's either the end of this week or early next week. There's a deadline for anyone who wants to protest this decision, as the state had protested the previous decision. And so a few key things of what I've heard in the public that I wanted to address with the board today. This is not a final decision. It is a proposed decision. There is a right to protest, and the clock is still running on that right to protest. That, I've heard things that, that this did not take those allotments away from American Prairie as the holder of the base acres, but it does change that how they have to use them. They'd have to use them for cattle for commercial purpose. And so that's what they're proposing to do. It's not proposing to take those allotments away from them, because I've heard questions from people about when are they going to come up for bid. Well, no, American Prairie, as the landowner who has the base acres, still controls them, but it does dictate how they would have to be used in the future. So all of that is just to sort of clear the air on some of that, and we'll see if anyone files a protest within the period to this proposed decision and what comes from that. I'm sure that we are still in early stages of all of this conversation, and so there's a lot left to come. This was a good decision on the basis of those of us who filed an appeal, or a good proposed decision, but there's still a lot of clock and game left in terms of how this thing eventually plays out. So this did not end the conversation, as some people might have thought it did. So I wanted to clear the air on some of those things. I don't know if Ms. Simon has anything she wants to add to it, but I just told her I would take the brunt of explaining that, so she wouldn't have to.
No, I don't have anything to add. Mr. Chair, members of the board, just for the record, this is Lindsay Simon, Agency Counsel. I think some of your terminology, Mike, is a little bit wrong. I don't think it's
no, that's fine.
appeal, but for substantive purposes, you're correct. Yeah. It's kind of like when we do licensing revocations, we come to you with that proposed decision and you guys make the final decision and enter the final order. It's somewhat similar to that. We've got the proposed decision. Now it goes into the period where they could go to the next stage and argue that was incorrect. So,
William.
So, Mr. Chair, so Mike, what you were saying here, the way I understand this is American Prairie wants to graze cattle, not buffalo. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
No, American Prairie was wanting to change the allotments to allow for the grazing of bison on those allotments. They had been cattle allotments, and they wanted to change them from that to cattle or bison, or in some cases bison only. It was different for each of the 7 allotments.
Sure, and it was grazing practices as well. They were wanting to remove some fences with season-long grazing versus rotational grazing.
Mm-hmm.
Which to me was the biggest rub. They put all those fences in because the BLM wanted to keep the cows scattered and moving, and they want, APR wants to pull all those fences and just let them have season long. So
there will be appeals. The clips I've been seeing from the Buffalo Field campaign and a few of those other Western wildlife, they're lighting things up.
The true statement is this is not the end of it.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, my guess is it'll go on for years.
He'll go on another administration, and
Yeah.
they'll be flipping back and forth depending on the administration. Ms. Simon, what else do you got for us?
Mr. Chair, I don't have much else for you. I don't think we have any prospective litigation that we plan to start on any issues. So it's a good time right now, I guess, just working on other just routine agency things. So I don't have any updates for you as the board at this time.
Okay.
Look at you.
What's that?
Look at you. You're way ahead of the game.
Oh, we got about an hour, so we're doing good here.
Keep going.
Keep going, right? Let's 10-minute break. Be back here at 9:30. And we'll go to the fiscal bureau.
All right, you're off mute.
Call this meeting back to order. We'll start with centralized services.
Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson, Centralized Services, here to give you our board report. On tab 2, the white tab, page 1, you've got a document with a lot of words on it. One pager. This is another attempt for us to get out the word to our aerial hunting program that now is the time for relicensing. They're relicensing. It's winking at me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Relicensing in the month of January. Licenses run from February 1st to January 31st, and then you can relicense. So, what is our aerial hunting program for the public? We have two elements that essentially are working for the program working for the department to control coyotes, essentially. And one of those is what we pay to Wildlife Services for their aerial hunting, our 3 helicopters. The other program is independent pilots in the state, mostly all in the state. We do have a few that are out of state come in, have their Montana license and apply to landowners, and those landowners grant them permission to hunt coyotes over their property. And we permit them and require them to deliver harvest reports in February, or I think January and July. So twice a year we get harvest reports from them. Next month you'll get a report from us. We'll have collated that information and we'll tell you how many coyotes they killed in 2025 or 2026. You're on it now. The program costs $50 a year for processing, and essentially goes to pay for itself. So it's a self-supporting in the department. That's all I have on that subject. I missed something, Mike?
I don't think so. Okay. We just need people to re-up their licenses quickly.
And they could do them later. It's just that is the period of time, and we coordinate the harvest reports also at that time, so they just will knock it all out at the beginning of the year, make it easier on everybody. We haven't gotten too many applications in this year, but it's only about 30 some pilots, so we'll go out individually and with the people that we've had in the program or had last year and make sure they're reapplying or find out what their status is, so we could touch everybody in the aerial hunting program. Okay, we're going to shift to the state special report for December 31st, 2025. Page 2, multicolored. Mike's got it up on the sheet there. This represents about 5 to 6 months worth of revenue. We're halfway through the year. Some things like the lab lag behind a good month, so you're really looking at November's revenue instead of December's revenue here. But otherwise, everything else is pretty much real time. There isn't a lot to talk about here, so I'm going to go down column D with some of the bigger numbers and maybe some other highlights. But in the blue brand section, you can see field inspections are 108,000 behind this time last year. Jay assures us that relative activity in the market is about the same, if not up a little bit from last year. And Evan has looked in the pending deposits that have come in, and there's probably about that amount that's sitting in there. So we're pretty sure that's a timing issue, and we'll get that corrected as we get all of fall run, kind of into the books. So not an issue there per se. Per capita fee, the per capita fee season has started. You should have all gotten postcards in the mail by now to do your per capita fee. Department of Revenue will go out with another announcement early February, an advertisement to remind people. The per capita fee season, you have till March 1st to report and pay what you have on as far as livestock on your property as of February 1st. That's the date they're looking for inventory. So what you got here,
Brian.
yes, sir.
You said you sent, Mr. Chair, you sent out the postcards for the per capita fees. The chicken guys are really letting themselves be heard.
Yeah.
With the increase with the boy are really.
I would imagine they would be. I can't. There's just, it's not slowing them down though. It sounds like they're building barns everywhere. So we're not too much of an impediment to them, but I still want to promise, that hopefully we never see another cent increase on chickens again in my time here. 5 years. Let's try for that. They have percentage wise taken the brunt over the last couple of years for sure. I feel their pain, but it is a pain.
Crying foul.
Very good. You're gonna derail me here. Derailed. Okay, I'm just a couple more notes here on this page. Milk inspection, that number is artificially, that should be a bigger negative. We've had at least 3 and 1 substantial dairy close this year, so I think we're just behind in deposits, or we have more deposits in this. Yeah, so that number will grow negative as we go. The opposite would be true of the eggs. That number will go positive. We're missing a deposit in there, so that number should be a positive number. Those will shift here in the next month or two for sure. The diagnostic lab, 30,000. You can see there, row 29, column D, 30,000 behind this time last year. A little bit of a mystery because it does look like their activity is the same. Or even a little bit more than last year. So a little mystery as far as, what kind of testing are we, there's been a shift in testing a little bit, it looks like, as far as revenue there in the lab. But still very strong, and 30,000 over a 6-month period isn't really that big of a concern. They've been doing well over the recent years. So, and then we're obviously getting ready to move into a new lab here, so we look forward to next year's and see what that does. That's my report. The wolf donation funds are still going strong. Not a lot of movement in January, but they're keeping pace with what they've done over the last several years. So no real issues there to report.
See if there's anybody out there. See if anybody's trying to jump in. I don't see anybody online trying to jump in, so.
All right, we're going to shift to page 3, the 2026 fiscal year projections. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the blue page. I want to spend just a little bit more time on when we get to the comparisons to last year report. The reason I'm not going to spend a ton of time, because it's kind of redundant, is what I'll say in one or the other. Just that if I look at the brown sheets, a little bit different perspective. The blue sheets, are the primary objective here is to tell you how much we're expecting to be above or below our projected authority in spending. And you can see here, if I'm in total personnel services, row 5, column F, 627,000 of the 882,000 that we're projecting to be over, which is super strong for this time of year. I mean, that we don't usually see numbers like that. Is just dominating the whole page because we've got vacancies across the board. I mean, outside of milk control and CSD, every program has got big vacancies, hiring spots, or they've had them for a while. They may have, like the veterinarians are filled now here at the Helena office, but they haven't been for quite a while. So that really racks up after a while. The lab is, trying to get veterinarians in there also, and they're having trouble with that. So those numbers are growing quite a bit. And then brands, it's a revolving door, it looks like, as far as vacancies in there. So they're having some issues. So we got a lot of projected authority at the end of the year. It's kind of across the board. And if anybody has any questions here, I would just recommend just holding off a little bit until I get through the brown sheets, because I think I'll answer most of those questions there. But before I move on, I'd certainly open it up. Yeah, we're looking good. Okay, page 13 is where the blue sheets are the projections of authority. The brown sheets are how we do compared to this time last year. So row E is, column E is the line I'll go down. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that personnel services. We talked about it a little bit, but kind of two things are going on there. We've had a lot of vacancies in 2026, and then that overtime number, which accounts for the salary number. Also, the overtime number, we had a lot of overtime last year. So brands and meat have really, not spent. They're still spending a lot. Don't get me wrong, in overtime, but not compared to last year. So both, I suppose you would say, good things for 2026, but it depends on how much. I mean, we want full employment. That's really what we want. We have excess budget authority, so maybe not good in that way of thinking of it. Okay, contracts. So I'm going to go down to operations. Operations side is a little bit more meaty as far as talking to. Just give me just a second. Okay. So you can see their contracts, 213,000 row or column E, $213,850 over this time last year. We're spending. This time last year we didn't have liability insurance. We had a liability insurance holiday, so about 60,000 of that is coming off of increased insurance that is back again for us. So, wildlife services, we hadn't been paying helicopter insurance for a couple of years, and this year we had to pay it. So that's a big change from last year. DSA is another big chunk of that money that's in there. We've got increased testing compared to this time last year, and then just more spending in the federal umbrella, and the lab also not so much. But the insurance and the DSA, that's what's making that difference there. Supplies, 68,000 over this time last year. Most of that, 44,000 of it, is in brands. So they've just had some more, vehicle turnovers and that kind of thing when they're doing light packages or some other things like that go on to get those trucks up and going. That comes into the supplies. What's my next number? Rent, that you can see there, 52,000 less spending this year. That's really a timing issue, and that is totally related to motor pool and vehicle lease charges that come to us. So that number will correct itself, though that should be a positive. We should spend more money in that category. Repair and maintenance, 69,000. That the lab, the Maldi preventive maintenance, I can't remember what, it's a huge expense. Yes. And it's been under warranty. So this year it's not under warranty, and we realize the expenses now. So about a little over 50,000 for an annual preventive maintenance on that system. So significant.
Wow. You wish you could do that on Baylor's, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And then other expenses, there's a lot of indirects, the increases in there, but we had a shift. Our UPS FedEx charges have really increased over this time last year, and they've been moved into other expenses, recategorized a bit. So some of the savings that you see in like communications and supplies has been shifted down to other expenses. So that's where we're getting that 81,000. A big chunk of it is in shipping costs are now captured in that area. Not a worry, really. Claims, depreciation or depredation remediation, that's livestock loss board. We're with the vacancy that we had for half a year there. We've gotten about $60,000, and then the operations have been down also relative to that. So we're spending more of the livestock loss board operation dollars for claims. So we'll have more claim money at the end of the year to use for prevention and wildlife services and that. So that number won't repeat itself now that we have full employment in that category next year, but it does look like an anomaly this year. And lastly, in the expenditure categories, transfers, the elk collaring, 142,000 is the grunch of what makes up that difference there. That came in earlier this year than it did last year, so that's a timing issue also. General fund, I'm going to go down the budgeted funds there just to highlight a couple, not too many, but again, personnel are certainly dominating some of this equation. General fund, the lab has done more spending this year, and I've got notes here I need to track on. Sorry about that. The lab has been spending general fund a little bit more this year than they did last year, so that's accounting for 138,000 of that difference. And then again, like I said, DSA testing 72,000 is up from last year, so that's that $223,000 figure. Brand inspections, they're spending less per capita fee this year. Or I should say they're spending more brands fee this year, so that's why we're kind of upside down there a little bit. Usually you wouldn't see that, but just the circumstances as they are, not really a concern either. And then I'm just going to jump down to federal umbrella, that 129,000 there. Again, that's elk collaring. So those, Mr. Chair, are the big deltas or things to call out for the budget. The last page, or the next page, is our statutory appropriations, budget amendments, and House Bill 10. There's been no movement. We've had no increases in there on the budget side of that, nothing coming in, and then spending has been nearly nothing from month to month. So no real movement on that page to report to the board.
Okay, we have questions.
I have a question.
William.
Mr. Chair, on the first round page, you said right on the very bottom it says the Department of Employee Termination payouts of 14 and 107. What's the how come one is so small, one is how does that work?
I think everybody decided to retire last year, and now we're having all the vacancies of filling those positions this year. So some of our, our generational employees, it doesn't take very many of them, 3 or 4, to call it quits, and we got big payouts. George Edwards, livestock loss board, I shouldn't say his name. He was, one of those that's contributing to that big number. So that's timing of when people decide to hang it up.
Last year we had an employee in the markets that retired after 45 years. And so when someone is with us that long, there's a limit on how much vacation time you can claim, but a lot of our people retire with all their vacation time in the bank. And then sick leave, there is no cap on it, but you get paid for 1/4 of your sick leave when you leave. So if someone's been with us 45 years, accruing 2 weeks of sick time every year for 45 years, and they've never taken any of it, you can imagine they've racked up several thousand hours of sick time, and they get paid for 1/4 of that. So it has not been uncommon in the past that we would have employees who, when they left the organization, paying them out for those benefits was almost equal to what their annual salary is. And there's been times where, just so I don't think that's happened much in many of this board's tenure, but there have been times where we had to leave a position vacant for 9 or 10 months because we had already spent the next year's salary when the previous person left. And I know that Mr. Redfield, from his time in the legislature, because we used to have this conversation all the time, that is a huge unfunded liability that state government carries that never gets accounted for in our budget. So it is something we have to manage around.
If we were having salary issues with payouts like that, there is a means by which to at least apply to get supplemental funding or authority. It's still going to come out of our cash, but supplemental authority to help pay for that. We just haven't really run into that situation. We manage it.
So I would think these sick days would expire at the end of each year, but I guess they don't.
No. You're thinking like private individual.
That's why we need a new job.
And
Never get to take a sick.
this isn't to badmouth anybody, but I would say that we have a lot of workers that, you know, are in the car or remote workers, and that tends to increase the amount of sick time that they accumulate, just because their schedules are flexible and they can shift things around and they can get their work done. Where if you're just sitting in an office and you got the flu, we don't want you here, right? We send you off. So they can.
So,
they can
Mr.
drive.
Gold.
Go ahead, Gene.
Well, Mr. Chair, you answered part of my question, but my question was more along the difference between salaried employees and hourly employees. But I was thinking along the same line that you just talked about, are salaried employees that are remote working. You can visualize how that sick leave would accumulate quite substantially.
So, yeah, to address that, just because I think it's good for the board to understand those things. So, for exempt employees in state government, again, to a point Mr. Redfield just made, are not quite like exempt employees in the private sector, and I've been both. When you're an exempt salaried employed in the private sector, you work as much as it takes to get your job done. If you're good and you can get your job done in 20 hours a week, then you only work 20 hours and nobody's really tracking those things. But if it takes 80 hours, it's legislative session. We've got a salaried exempt person sitting in the back of the room that works for one of our organizations. It's legislative session. It might not be uncommon that those people might work 80 or 90 hours in a week, but it's what you have to do to get the job done. So salaried exempt in state government, you get your vacation time, you get your sick time, but then we also get what's called exempt comp time, which you can take off somewhere else. Now, how does that affect the balance sheet at the end of the day? Is that if you're an exempt employee and it's legislative session and you've built up 150, 200 hours of exempt comp time, then you take that off instead of your vacation. And that's how your vacation and your sick time builds up. Because you should, and I would say this, I would encourage those employees to do that, because if you, as an exempt salaried employee in state government, if you leave, that's the one type of time you don't get paid out for. You don't get paid out for that comp time. So you want to use all of that. But what that does is that helps people save their vacation time and their sick time, and that builds up. And then all state employees, exempt or non-exempt, you're allowed to build vacation time up to 3 times whatever you can earn. And of course, the longer you serve, the more you can earn. So you start out earning 2 weeks a year. But when you get to 10 years, then you get like 3 weeks a year or something like that. And then when you get to 20 years, it goes up even more. But that means you can carry a larger balance, because you can carry up to 3 times. I think 3 times of what you earn is what state policy, or 2.5, something like that. Obviously, sick time never runs out, but you get paid for a quarter of that. And then I'll address with but actually one of the things we've changed, which is why I think we've seen a reduction in payouts, but we've seen an increase in overtime in the last 5 to 6 years. And I will take full blame or credit, whichever one you want to assign for this, is that one of the things the department did not do well prior to probably about 2016 was deal with non-exempt employees, hourly employees, with their comp time. So hourly employees get a choice. They can choose from getting paid overtime at time and a half when they work more than 40 hours in a week, or they can get non-exempt comp time at time and a half, which means they get 1.5 hours for every 1 hour they work. State policy, something the department was not doing, caps that at 120 hours. So we put the cap in. What that means is that we pay more overtime, because once somebody gets that 120 hours, we don't let them keep accruing it. We say, we're going to pay you as we go, we're not going to push this down the road for 20 years from now. I think financially it's better. I'd rather pay it now than pay it later, and particularly pay it out at a higher rate of pay because people's salaries are going to go up over time. So you end up paying those hours at a higher rate than what they were earned at. So it makes sense to do that. And I think that's actually encouraged a lot more of our employees to say, well, if I can't earn 500-600 hours of non-exempt comp time and use that as basically a savings account that is waiting for me when I retire, I might as well just go ahead and take my overtime today, which is kind of what, from my perspective, we wanted to encourage employees to do, because I'd rather pay it as we go than get hit with it, somewhere down the road. I thought that was financially better, and hopefully I didn't muddy waters, but that just tells you how that works. And I think there's some things, the reason why it's going down is, yes, we don't have as many 40, 50-year employees that are leaving the department. We've sort of had a generational transition, but I think we've also made some management decisions that encourages people to go, particularly in the non-exempt hourly category. If they're working overtime, go ahead and get paid for it now. Let's not push that down the road and then have that as something we have to deal with 15, 20, 25 years from now. And then, like you said, we end up leaving a position open for 9 months because there's no money to pay it because it all went to a payout. So I think there's some things we've done that have changed that, but that's where you see some differences in the lines. There's less in payouts, but there's more in overtime. And I think some of those policy changes are a big reason for that.
Okay.
Is there a limit to amount of sick leave or vacation you can take in a year?
No, there's no limit to how much you can take other than, and Mike, I might need you to weigh in. Let me just stop and let Mike is our HR person. Let me let Mike answer that question before I say something that's illegal. So let's let him talk.
Dear members of the board, Mike Schmitz, HR officer for the department. So yeah, there isn't a limit of what people can take, and state government really doesn't like, they limit it to what they have. They really don't like leave without pay, that type of thing. So
Leave without pay will eventually translate into like lack of insurance and that kind of thing, and retirement gets affected. So you don't want to do that.
Well, so my question is, if you're only getting paid quarter time for sick time, why don't you just call in sick for 5 months before you quit to get to a full?
All right. That question I can answer. If we still operate under the Family Medical Leave Act, which allows an employee to take up to 12 weeks for a medical issue, and they can, and again, a thing that some people don't understand about family medical leave, it doesn't guarantee you a paycheck. It guarantees you that if you have a sickness or an illness, you can be out for 12 weeks and we can't take your job away. How you get paid during that is burning that time down. So where we see a lot of that sick time get burnt down is if an employee does have some sort of accident or some sort of medical issue where they need to take family medical leave and they're out for 8, 9, 10 weeks, and they're using that sick time as a way to continue getting their paycheck. It's basically their AFLAC, if you'll forgive me for that helps them get paid. That'll whittle that down. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is another thing that I'll take blame or credit for as executive officer of the department, that at one time it was pretty routine within the department that if people had a lot of time, someone would say, well, I'm going to retire in April. And let's say it's this time of year, and they say, I'm going to retire in June, and I'm just not showing up from now till June. We have not allowed that. And that was a common thing in the past, but I've said, no, I'd rather pay you out. Let's get, if you want to retire, retire. Mm-hmm. If you want to leave, leave. Because we need somebody doing that job. And that's more in our interest. And yes, you'll get your payout, you'll get your dollars for that. But we'd rather get the position turned over and be moving on to getting someone hired. But that was sort of a routine thing the department did once upon a time. But again, state policy discourages that.
Yeah, it's limited.
And I also didn't think it was in the best interest of the department to have a vacancy. Plus, the other thing you have to realize is that if you make that decision and you allowed someone to do that, they're still earning time because they're still on the book. So they're still earning vacation time. They're still earning sick time. So it's still accruing because they're still employed. And so it's like, oh, great, you could stretch this out for a really long time if we didn't put an end to it at some point.
And that's why I asked, because I know a person who's basically he's got 6 months. he has to show up 2 days a month. Shows up, does something 2 days a month, and then the rest of the month he's off and getting paid sick leave and stuff. And so that's just.
Hopefully they don't work for the Department of Livestock.
No,
Yes.
But it's statewide how this works.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, that situation's rampant in the federal government for sure.
No, this is private sector.
Oh, okay.
It's nice deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's he work?
So we have changed how we do some of those things. That's changed that I think has affected the payouts. But I think the biggest thing, to Brian's point, I think number one of affecting the payouts is that sort of generational turnover that we had in the last, 10, 15 years, where a lot of employees that were 30 plus years have retired. And now we've got our average age or our employment's is a lot younger than it was. I want to say 6 or 7 years ago, I know there was a need to pull that stat, and the average age of our staff at that time was in the upper 50s. I think that has changed a lot in the last 10 years. We also have to remember, when it comes to retirements, we have different retirement systems. Most employees are in one retirement system, but our law enforcement staff are in a different retirement system. So they actually can retire with 20 years of service. They can't draw on that until they're 50. I think that's the earliest they can draw on it. But if you're 50 and you put in 20 years, you can retire and start drawing your retirement, which is different than the system for most everybody else.
And then you just look around and see which systems are solvent. That's another issue.
Mr. Chair, that's my whole report.
Great, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Keep you on track.
I don't have to worry about that. I chose the investment option. I'm not in the pension option.
Yeah. All right. So is Dylan on?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, so yes. Yes.
You're not done yet.
Before he goes, Dalen is not able to join us today. He's traveling for work meetings, but he did provide me a report, which I will share with you guys and for the record today. He shares that the work of Wildlife Services is continuing. They're trying to maintain their standard of service in spite of circumstances they're dealing with. The aerial operations season is off to a slow start given the weather and the wind. So we've not had snow to see stuff, and I'm sure they've had some days where they've not been able to fly, particularly around mountains. They are missing their budget analyst, so Ann Peters, who had been with that department been with the federal government for well over 40 years and had been with Wildlife Services for 20, 25, something of that nature. They are really missing her. So what happened there is they're on a hiring freeze for administrative staff. So they're not able to replace that position. And we know Ann is a critical person we work with. So all of these fund transfers and everything we do, the work agreements that we put together, Ann is who we work with on that. I think if you're wool growers or your stock growers dealing with the county predator fund accounts, Ann was the key person that everybody worked with there. So Dalen's missing Ann. I think all of us will be missing Ann, who had to work with and move money and transfer money back and forth between those offices. He reports that their processes for aircraft maintenance are all going well. He did put together the new agreement, the modification to our work plan to incorporate the additional $100,000 that the board approved at the last meeting. I guess this is our time we could follow up on that we did find out we could do that right away, and we did that right away and started moving on that. And so they got that put into their work plan so they could accept those additional funds from the department. Teton County recently passed a cattle petition, so there's a new cattle petition out there. They're right now working on writing the environmental impact statement on grizzly bears, and they've got 10 months before the court order deadline. So this is dealing with a lawsuit that Wildlife Services was engaged in regarding how their activities affect endangered grizzly bears, and they were asked to redo their state EIS. Idaho's already done theirs. Montana has to do theirs, so they're working on that. They've submitted their biological assessment to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services on wolverines and lynx, two other species being considered for ESA, Endangered Species Act. So they've conducted a biological assessment on that here in Montana. They want to fill their vacant summer seasonal grizzly bear specialist position that covers Southwest Montana. But he reports that the Department of Interior U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funding is currently frozen, which doesn't allow them to enter into the funding obligation agreement between U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and USDA Wildlife Services that they need. That agreement expires on March 3rd. So if that does not come available, they do not get that signed, it will affect grizzly bear work in Southwest Montana as a result. They are working to collar wolves, working with FWP on a wolf collaring project at present. And the Montana Wildlife Services has been asked to host the National Non-Lethal Training Workshop in May. So that will highlight preventive measures such as electric fencing, carcass removal, range riding, and they will share how effective and cooperative the relationship has been with the Livestock Loss Board in the success of those non-lethal programs. So he wanted to highlight that as well. So that was Dalen's report for the record. If you have questions for Dalen, I guess I can take them and see if we can get an answer for the board. I don't know that I can answer or anyone else here can probably answer questions on Dalen's behalf, but that's what he wanted to report to the board this morning.
Go ahead, livestock loss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a quick report here out on livestock loss. Leslie reports here that since the last meeting, she's had 16 producers apply and for claims on 66 losses. That's in the report. I would assume most of those are in January that the claims came in, because when you look at some of the data, you don't see a big jump in losses there. So the rest of the pages are 4 or 5 pages of data mapping and that we've showed you the last couple of times. At least this is the second time you've seen it. So this is part of Leslie's new reporting use of the data that we've always gotten, which is the very back page. Essentially, is what you've seen prior to Leslie coming on board. So the maps and the graphs are very helpful there. And then just a little bit about Mike was saying earlier, in the governor's OGSM report, we're trying to do a little bit more public awareness, because on that cumulative depreciations chart, you can see that 2025 is way down from the last 5 years. So and some assistance there with Wildlife Services, because it looks like Wildlife Services is doing essentially about the same. They're doing the same business, if not better, than before. So
if you can use the term,
we're going to emphasize some outreach in that and see if we can. Maybe there's an education piece here that needs to get pumped up a little bit. And then lastly, the Livestock Loss Board is going to meet February 24th. Their grant cycle ends the end of this month, and so there's a month for Leslie to put those together, and the board's going to meet end of February and award those, and they'll probably also tackle some legislative concepts that and so maybe some rulemaking that we've been talking about, but we need to decide on at that meeting. So that should be a big meeting for the Livestock Loss Board. That's the Livestock Loss Board report.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think there's been some discussion, some push to try and get some multipliers put in. In Wyoming, I think grizzly bear is 7 to 1. If you apply for 1 kill, they give you 7 because you can't find them. I think wolves is 7, grizzly bears is 3. And I think that's going to be the push this session, is to try and get some multipliers in to help compensate for the unfound ones. So,
because there's always unfound ones.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the legislation is in place to make that functionality occur. It is more about rulemaking with the board to move forward.
So I think
maybe funding also might be an issue.
It may be 2021. They passed laws allowing the Livestock Loss Board to consider a multiplier. And then, of course, there was lots of conversations about when, where, why, how. And of course, the Livestock Loss Board is not ever really engaged in rulemaking. And so that's sort of a foreign concept to the Livestock Loss Board. It's a very common concept here at the Board of Livestock. The fact of having administrative rules to sort of flesh out what's in statute. And so that is within their hands and their discretion, unless someone wanted it to be statutory what the multipliers would be. Now, I guess I'll stray into the place of advising, but I hope my former legislators that are part of this board would agree with me that sometimes while we don't want people legislating through rulemaking, the more specific you get with statutes, sometimes the more boxed in you get. If it starts costing you a lot of money and you need to change it, it's really hard to unwind it. Or if it's not enough and you're going back to ask to increase it. So sometimes it's better to have the laws as they're written out. It says they have the power to put a multiplier in and then do that through administrative rule, establish what the rules and parameters around what that multiplier would be, what it would be paid on, where it would be paid. So that is a conversation that the Livestock Loss Board, I'm assuming, is coming to the Livestock Loss Board probably at their next meeting in February, I would imagine. Because I listened in on a meeting that I think you probably listened in on as well, where a lot of that was discussed. So I would imagine folks will be bringing that forward for them to talk about. The other thing, while we're in that vein, is that I don't think Mr. Simonson mentioned, but Leslie has been asked by that board to do a little research on eagle depredations. And so there's probably a survey that's going to be going out to people to ask about, to see what kind of an issue that is, because it has come up around the table at the Livestock Loss Board in regard to whether eagles should be something now that's added to the list. I think several years ago we tried to hold the line on it was wolves and grizzly bears because grizzly bears were endangered and there was very little options that ranchers had. Wolves were previously endangered and are still kind of a species that's dealt with a little differently, which doesn't give ranchers full hand to deal with things as they need to. I think you could potentially put eagles in that same category because there's eagles have a lot of protections. But there's going to be, I think, a lot of questions coming around on the Livestock Loss Board with regard to whether just that, the multiplier. Also, I think legislatively, there'll be people to be talking about addition of species. And I've even had at least one person talk to me about why the Livestock Loss Board stops at confirmed and probable kills and why they can't pay for vet bills if you have a grizzly bear that gets to one of your cows and has a wound and you have to bring the vet out. Why can't you get reimbursed for those types of things? Why does it have to be a death? Is the only thing that you can get paid for. So I would imagine in that realm, I know there's lots of people with lots of ideas. And so the Livestock Loss Board meeting that they have in February might be one you want to pay attention to, because if people start bringing those ideas, that those meetings could get more lively than they've been in the past. But I do know those are some things that are happening, and particularly the eagle one is one that Leslie's been asked to do some work on and do some research on. So, but the multiplier, again, it's out there. I think unless people want to set what the multiplier is exactly going to be in statute, our belief is a lot of that's in the hands of the Livestock Loss Board to establish administrative rules to flesh that out.
Yeah, I think they're clear up. They're north of $1 million on payouts on depredations in 25. So,
Gene.
Yes. For Mike. So what protocol, I guess, would be the right word do we have in assisting the Livestock Loss Board? You mentioned that it's kind of out of their wheelhouse doing rulemaking. So what is our position as far as assisting? Do we need to be asked, or are you available to help them, or exactly how is that process handled?
That's our obligation as part of the administrative attachment. So we're required to provide that help and assistance to the Livestock Loss Board. So when the livestock, at least in the last half year, when the livestock loss board is met, Brian is usually in the room. I'm usually in the room, and Lindsay's in the room. So, and they've been very, and I think they found a lot of help from that as well. In addition to Leslie as a staff person, so we will provide them all the help, and they'll use our same system. So now, when this board, the Board of Livestock, proposes a rule change, Lindsay works that through the governor's office process, works that through the Secretary of State's process, establishes if there's any public hearings or meetings or conversations need to have, gathers public comment, brings that back to the board. We will do that exact same process for the Livestock Loss Board.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, so would we have the funds to, if the multiplier rule did come into effect, would we have the funds to do that?
Mr. Chair, that's an interesting, I don't know. Right now, we're not utilizing all the funds that are available to them for claims. So they have their $300,000 statutory appropriation of general fund. They have another $150,000 of general fund that comes through Hospital 2. So they have a total of $450,000 on an annual basis, right, for claims. They have not been receiving claims anywhere near that in recent times. And so, but if you start paying a multiplier, I think you'd have to do some, you'd have to apply, like if you look at a multiplier, you'd have to maybe look at a year of claims and say, well, if we had a multiplier, maybe we only spent half of our money that year, but would we have spent all of it if we'd had the multiplier in place to see whether or not you need to have that you need an increase in funding to do that. I know when the black bear bill to add black bears to the Livestock Loss Board slate last year and bison as a prey species, I know our position then was that no, we didn't need a fiscal note because there's plenty of unused funds currently, and there was probably time to figure out what that was going to do, right? To see if black bear claims would really have a big impact or not have impact, or bison claims. A multiplier might take a little more math, but I don't know that anyone's done that math, so I don't want to give an answer either way. But that's what we'd have to do is whatever someone envisions a multiplier, look back at a previous year of claims and see how that would have changed things budgetarily. If you could have done all of those claims within the budget, then maybe no. If you could do it all within $450,000, maybe not. But I also think you heard us say earlier, we think that $450,000 pot is way underutilized, and we need to. And there's probably a lot of things that are not. There's a lot of claims that are confirmed or put as probable that don't ever come forward. And it would probably help us to see those coming in. It would give more justification for any budget increases that need to happen.
Mr. Chair, I just added, yeah, if the number's 3-1 even, you're going to have a funding issue. So, but in Wyoming, like you say, is doing 7-1 on the wolf claim. So, no, they go hand in hand. I think we can make rules, but they'd have to set the marker for what that multiplier is, and then go to the legislature and ask for it. And then lastly, there is an additional $300,000 of reserve funds there. So, if we set a rule for the 1 year before the legislature, and we could back that rule out, I suppose, in theory, even though that'd be very difficult, I imagine. But we could survive for sure. I think a fiscal year of a multiplier if it wasn't crazy, but for sure. We'd have some data, to take to the legislature. Mm-hmm. There is some resources, but they go fast.
7-1 real fast.
That's the other thing. I mean, 5 years ago it was wasn't near the same.
Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Get a couple registered cows killed, is like, look out. All right, is Alicia available?
Alicia is on there. She's coming off mute, so I know she's got some other things to do though. She probably would be happy to go ahead and get done and be able to move on with her day.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't think I will ever complain if I get a chance to get my section done early.
All right.
All right. Good morning. My name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. I apologize I don't have my camera on this morning. I'm having some buffering issues with it, so but I'll do the best I can in this capacity that I'm here. Today I just have 2 travel requests for your review. Both of these travel requests are covered by FDA grant money. So the only cost to the department is just paying for the staff's time. The Western Milk Seminar request for travel is a requirement for Erin Burns in our lab to maintain her credentialing with FDA. It is also required for my milk program.
I'll make a motion for that.
It's been moved to send the 3 to the Western Milk Seminar.
Second.
Second by Jake. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
All right.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, maybe if there's a way to share that information on the screen for us that are on Zoom, because I have too many things going on here. I don't want to get a interference in the audio like I did. So there, if you could, yes, thank you.
Got to get down to it, but here we are.
All right. Yes. Thank you.
Technology glitch by the age factor. All right, Alicia, you have another one.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I guess I kind of bundled my ask. So yes, one was for the Western Milk Seminar, and then the other one is an FDA training for 2 of my staff. This training will help further their knowledge in doing their equipment tests. And this is also covered under the FDA training grant program.
Okay, we have a motion on that one.
Make a motion.
Okay. Moved by. What's your name? Jake. We don't see it, I don't. Second by William. To send Fred and Joe to the saturation controls test. Is there discussion? You know, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, thank you. So
All right,
that's all.
Mr. Chairman, that was all I had, but if there's anything else that needs to be discussed, I will certainly hang out. If you have any questions for me.
See if anybody's. Go ahead.
Yeah, Alicia, question. As we see dairies close and smaller, when do we get to critical mass where we're gonna lose our infrastructure? Are we getting close, or are we already?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I am seeing an industry that is changing. You know, we are seeing less facilities that are just making fluid milk. You know, we're seeing dairies that are not producing for fluid milk. I guess a trend that I'm seeing is more of an interest in cheese making and other finished dairy products. So I guess from my perspective, we don't appear to be at a critical mass state. I'm also seeing, you know, an increase in some of the demands for the egg grading program. So I think it's been wise to cross train my sanitarian so that they can assist in the egg grading process while still having the capability to service the dairy industry. So I think as long as we keep an eye on trends and we keep showing flexibility in how we utilize our staff, I think we're in a good spot. There's not the dairy program is a little bit different than the meat program where it's not really an opt-in or opt-out. So I think if we achieved a point where me having a dairy program just wasn't the best choice for the department, then it would fall to the Department of Public Health and Human Services, where it sometimes is housed in other states. At this point, I don't think they have capacity to be taking that on with the programs that they do. So I think we need to just keep watching it. I think that as we see consumer behavior change and see trends of what kinds of businesses are out there, I think we just need to adapt with it. I don't know about you folks, but that cheese drawer in my house is always stock full of cheese. So I don't think cheese is going anywhere anytime soon.
Okay. Could you walk me through the process as far as inspector goes out, does the inspection? If there's a disagreement with the dairy and his inspection, how all that plays all the way through?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, absolutely. So within my bureau, we have the appeals guidelines, and I don't even think the appeals guidelines are specific to my bureau. I think they're for the department as a whole. And so what would happen in that situation is I would want a written description from the facility of what they feel the disagreement is. And then that should be sent, now that there's a sanitarian supervisor, it should be sent to him for a review. And he can say, yes, I think this is a correct interpretation, or no, I don't think it is. And if they uphold the violation and the plant still feels strongly about it, then it would go to me. I would do the same thing. Then to Dr. Szymanski, then to Mr. Honeycutt, and then it would go before the board to make a final decision on whether or not the non-compliance is valid or not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just so you see, and let me share this so people on our online board members can see that as well. It's just a good point to always point this out. Some programs have their own special guidelines. So meat and poultry inspection, for example, there's special appeals guidelines that sort of mimic a federal process. But I think it's always good to remind the board that there is this board oversight of employee actions rule that exists. And so this is always a good thing for you to talk with folks about if they're coming to you with an issue. And I'll just read it so folks hear that. But it's when a person can demonstrate that an action of an employee of the Department of Livestock is unfair and if carried to completion will result in unnecessary inconvenience or harm to them, that person must appeal the action of the employee in writing to the employee's immediate supervisor within 60 days of the action. Any subsequent appeal must be made to each successive immediate supervisor up to an appeal to the board. So that's a more general thing, but anytime someone feels an employee has made a decision, so whether that's they didn't get issued a brand they wanted or anything of that nature that they feel was unfair and created harm for them, they do have a right to appeal that to the supervisor in writing. And that can go all the way up to the board. And sometimes it doesn't go. And I know people say, well, maybe there's 5 steps. But what we do here is we consider a conflict process. So if I've been involved in that decision, it may go straight to the board, right? Because you can't appeal it to me because I was already involved in it. So that is something that any of our constituents have a right to on any decision. as I said, certain of these programs, like meat and poultry inspections, the one that comes directly to mind, they have a similar process. It's a little more strict than this because it has to be governed by or mimic what's in the Federal Meat Inspection Act. But it's still the same premise, which is if someone writes a non-compliance, you disagree with it, you have a right to appeal that to the next level supervisor and have them look at that issue. And it, surprisingly, you haven't dealt with a lot of appeals here at the board, because one of two things usually happens through that process. Either we agree with the person and we reverse the decision or modify the decision, or in that process, people realize, oh, okay, well, you're doing what you have to do, and then it ends there. So, but that is something, just as a reminder for all board members, while we've got the time, the chair today is giving us lots of time, and on your question, just to remind the board, that's out there. And to advise people when they come to you to say, hey, have you written up your case? Have you sent it to their supervisor? Well, that's what you need to do. And more often than not, lots of times that ends up, we look at it and we go, oh yeah, we should modify that or change that, or, but sometimes they get here. We've had appeals get all the way up here. It's happened, but we deal with a lot of these, on a day-to-day basis. Long before they would ever get to the board, because the supervisor or someone else looks at it and says, okay, no, that's not how we should do that. That's just for education purposes.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I guess just as an example of what Mr. Honeycutt is saying, and I have 4 active appeals that are working their way through their processes in the meat program right now. So they do happen, but we like to let people know that they do have a process if they think something isn't correct, and we want to address it. I want to make sure that my staff are doing things the correct way. And we want to make sure there's accountability all the way up the chain. So thank you, Mr. Honeycutt, for reviewing that with us.
Oh, I see Eric's got his camera on now. I don't know if that means he wants to talk. No, he doesn't want to talk.
That was easy. That was an easy one. All right, thank you. So animal health.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik with Animal Health Bureau. The first agenda item we have this morning is sort of is multiple travel requests for out-of-state travel. The first is for our veterinarians to attend the Western States Livestock Health Association meeting in June in Oregon. This is the spring meeting that we attend annually. It is all of the state animal health officials from the Western District of USHA. Oregon is hosting the meeting this year. It is a chance to talk to our fellow veterinarians from Western states, coordinate on a variety of different animal health and animal movement issues. And this year it is also happening in conjunction with a newer group, the Western Alliance of States for Agricultural Resilience, which is an emergency preparedness group of Western states trying to coordinate resources and information that might be needed in a larger scale animal disease outbreak, so that individual states maybe don't all have duplicates, but can spread around like some of the larger pieces of equipment and things that we might want to use on a very infrequent basis. So that's the first. I don't know if it's your preference I just go through all 3, or if you want them one at a time. Okay. The second out-of-state travel is for Dr. Szymanski and likely Mr. Honeycutt to travel to Penn, where it's the Pacific Northwest Economic Region. This year it's in Edmonton, Alberta. That meeting is in July. I believe they've attended the last several years, and it's an important opportunity to talk to not only other states in the Pacific Northwest, but also our neighbors in Canada about similar animal health and cross-border trade and animal disease issues. And then the last is This would be a standing request because we don't know when the training will happen, but to get Dr. Martin, who's new with the department, to foreign animal disease diagnostician training whenever USDA ends up hosting that. I believe we have a standing approval for Dr. Peterson, who's now been with us over a year. We think maybe she will be able to go in June if nothing significant changes between now and then. But this request would be for Dr. Martin for whenever she can get up on the roster for that USDA training.
Do we have a motion to approve these travel requests?
I make a motion to approve all three travel requests.
Okay.
I'll second.
William moved and Jake seconded to approve the travel request. Is there any discussion?
Just two of these are covered by federal funds and one's
Correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman. The Western states travel would be partly federal, partly state funding. Penwar would be state funding. We are not allowed to use federal money for international travel. And then the foreign animal disease would be federal funding.
Yeah. And it doesn't say so there, but my part of that would be under the CSD budget, not the animal health budget. Well, I would charge it to Brian, make him pay for it. But that's where that would go as opposed to the animal health budget. And how we've done it in the past when we've split it.
Jake.
So now I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up a very usual 9 of Bacchus question.
Mm-hmm.
If four people are going to Newport, who's going to be here to run the show? That was always Nina's question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bettis, we are all still eminently reachable while at the meeting, and our USDA counterparts would be in the state if we had a foreign animal disease or work that needed to be done on an emergency basis on the ground.
Okay, perfect. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Right. Our second agenda item is just to provide a couple of disease updates. At the time we put these materials together, the most relevant was that New World screwworm was clearly becoming established in Tamaulipas, which is a northern state in Mexico that does border Texas. The closest detection at this point to the international border is 187 miles south of the U.S. border. But these are the northernmost established population of the New World screwworm fly. Previous detections that had happened closer to the border were in single animals that had a recent movement history, and so they had been infested in the southern part of the country, moved into feedlots in northern states, and then detected with those larvae when they arrived. And so the fly never got established close to the U.S. border. These new cases in Tamaulipas are in animals with no movement history, and they now are in a variety of species, a variety of ages of animals. So it is clear the fly has established a population there. USDA is working with Santa Sica. They are dropping sterile flies in the area where these cases have occurred. But it is an active population of flies much closer to the U.S. border than we've had previously.
Mr. Chair, I read somewhere is the USDA building a new facility to process
Yes.
to produce these flies?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kleinsasser, there are several facilities in the works. The one in the U.S., which is at Moore Air Force Base in Texas, would be a dispersal facility. If we got detections in the United States, it would be they could bring the pupa from the production facilities in a sort of suspended state. They get them to a distribution facility and then can distribute them by aircraft from there. It allows them to extend the physical distance that you can get these flies from the production facilities. They are also working on a production facility in Mexico that would actually raise the flies and do the irradiation there to increase the number of sterile flies that are available. So there are multiple different types of facilities that are currently being constructed. Yes, if I could just tail onto that really quickly, I would say that occasionally you will hear in national discussion that Moore Air Force Base is going to be a production facility and not a distribution facility. I believe that it's going to stay in the distribution category. There's going to be some pushback from industry. To have a production facility, you have to have live flies, live sterile flies. And so there's a containment issue. If you have a fly population escape, then you could establish it in that area. That is why the current production facility is located where it is. It's in an area where it's endemic. So that's.
So we've been dropping sterile flies now for quite a while, and it continues to move north. Is it safe to, and I know we're assuming here, is it safe to say it's going to get here at some point, or?
I think that very realistically, we will see it in the United States before the end of 2026. On one of the recent calls that we had, Mr. Chair, Mr. Bettis, they talked about the location where they are currently dropping sterile flies. So all along the Texas border with Mexico, they've got fly traps up, and so they're constantly trapping flies. They check those traps, and then they look at the species of fly in there to make sure that they're not missing a detection. At 187 miles, when you distribute sterile flies, there is a chance that one of those sterile flies could show up in your trap on the US-Mexico border. It's low, but it is possible. And so they are currently dyeing the sterile flies so that if you get a sterile fly in your trap on the Texas-Mexico border, it will be fluorescent. And you'll be like, oh, it's a sterile fly. But if a sterile New World screwworm fly can make it 187 miles to a trap, so can a viable one. Yeah. So a year ago when we were having these conversations, it was 1,000 miles to the south. It is now 187 miles to the south of us. So we're preparing like it's coming.
I've heard that Montana winters would kill the flies. Is that? But then I heard another time that it wouldn't.
So extended periods of time under 46 degrees Fahrenheit will kill the flies. The pupa that are in the soil are hardier, and so it's not instantaneous. It would take sort of an extended cold period, but typical Montana winters,
not this year, but
should prohibit the fly from overwintering. But certainly if we get it during a time of year when our temperatures are more mild, we could see several life cycles of a fly make it through a Montana summer. The flies don't like dry and they don't like high elevation. So we have some geography in our favor as well, but low lying and moist areas, they could get here.
What is the life cycle?
So the part of the life cycle that allows for the sterile insect technique to work is the adult female fly will only mate once in her life. She can then lay several thousands of eggs off of one mating, and she can lay those in multiple packets, so on multiple different animals or multiple different wounds. The adult female flies tend to spend most of their time away from animals, actually in vegetation or in areas adjacent to livestock. And so you get questions about, well, can I put insect repellent on? And that's not very effective because the female flies are not hanging around cattle the way a lot of our pest flies do. The eggs, the life cycle is fairly temperature dependent, but the eggs hatch in 1 to 3 days. And then there are 3 larval stages. The larvae are where they get the screwworm name because those larvae hatch at the edge of a wound and then burrow into living tissue. And it's while those larvae are going through those 3 stages burrowing in that they cause the immense amount of tissue damage that you see with these infestations. After the 3rd larval stage, they pupate, they fall out of the wound into the ground, where they get sort of lightly buried in that top layer of soil. They can persist as pupa for quite a long time. But if the environmental conditions are favorable, it's warm enough, there's moisture in the environment, they hatch in 5 to 7 days. And then within a day are adult flies that continue the life cycle. So
it's roughly 21 days total.
So is there a line that they kind of say, all right, normal winters, this should stop here during a normal winter?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman, we know historically from before, the 1960s when it was eradicated last time, where its normal distribution was, and it came up sort of partway through Colorado. Not that it overwintered that far north, but that was sort of its sort of expected extent of summer infestation. That was more than 50 years ago now, and so there are some models predicting where it might get to today, but no one knows with a high degree of certainty.
If you look at tick distribution, tick populations are expanding, to regions further to the north than they've historically been. And so I think we could reasonably expect that historical southern line is probably a little bit further north, at least a little bit further north.
So is there any chance it can adapt to these colder temperatures within time?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinselster, I think very unlikely.
I think the other risk we run is cattle movements compared to the 1960s. I mean, we ship cattle north and south every day. In a day's time. We didn't used to do that. Are there any effective treatments? I heard one time ivermectin or boron or.
Treatment is a sort of wide open question at this point. The FDA has granted emergency use for 2 cattle products and 1 small animal product. Currently, Mexico is using large amounts of ivermectin in their control program. There are concerns with using ivermectin as a preventative for it, that you end up affecting a lot of other important parasites that we would prefer still be susceptible to ivermectin. And also maybe some questions, I don't know about Mexico specifically, but countries in South America where this has always been endemic, that maybe ivermectin is not as effective. There are questions about pour-on topical treatments for prevention, potentially, but don't get enough tissue penetration for if you have an animal with a wound that you wouldn't want to rely on one of those. And so top products regulated by the EPA are a little bit harder to get approved than FDA. Their emergency approval process is different and goes state by state. And so it is an ongoing discussion about what treatments will work best and be readily available.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go down.
Oh, Gene was trying.
Gene can go first.
Gene, go ahead.
Well, I just, we had this issue, we had the flies in the United States, we had the problem, and we've got it pushed back way down into the isthmus, I guess, somewhere. So how did we do that then? And then what happened to that? I mean, we pushed them back, and then we apparently didn't follow through to keep the control in place. But could you kind of walk me through a little bit of how we pushed them back in the first place, and why we are having the issue again now?
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Curry. The short answer is it took a lot more sterile flies than we currently have the ability to produce when the eradication happened the first time. As the fly was pushed south and was contained to the Darien Gap at the very southern edge of Panama, that is a very narrow strip of land. It took fewer sterile flies to blanket that area. And so other production facilities were taken offline, so that currently Copeg in Panama is the only facility, and it produces several hundred million fewer sterile flies per week than were needed to do the initial eradication. And then the Darien Gap at the southern end of Panama has become easier to traverse than it used to be. There are a lot more people and animals crossing that barrier than I think originally were identified when this plan was put in place. And so once some of the flies got north, they were in areas that were wider geographically, harder to cover, and just the volume of human and animal movement increased significantly, and the flies weren't able to stay ahead of it. So.
Okay. In the sterile fly production, they radiate them. So we're just dropping sterile male flies. Or does it sterilize the females too, or how do they?
Yeah. Currently, there is not a way to produce only male flies, and so they are irradiating however many 100 million, half are male, half are female. There is research, people trying to figure out how to produce an all-male line of flies. But again, research that is a little bit harder to do because we can't do it here in the US. We don't have the flies to work on. Researchers have to work with Panama to have a source of the flies. And so some logistical complications in trying to.
So when we say they're dropping 1 million sterile flies, it's 500,000 that actually do any good and 500,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now my rabbit hole. We just approved 2 people to go to Edmonton, Canada at a cost of $3,000. I sat down a week or 10 days ago with a very large Canadian cattle buyer, purchased almost 200,000 head of cattle out of the US. We're going to spend $3,000 to get there, and we get sterile flies in the US. How are we going to keep the Canadian border open? Is that something they would close to protect themselves? Because that makes, I did some rough math here a while back, and I was figuring 120,000. And take out freight going to the Midwest, it added $5 million to the pockets of Montana ranchers. Just in freight alone. That's not talking about price increase, anything else. How do we keep that open so that we aren't pulling $5 million out of Montana ranchers' pockets?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pettis, we have asked USDA, they've asked CFIA. The answer is at this point, we're not sure what CFIA would do. USDA would advocate, and we would certainly be very supportive of a regionalization strategy where not all states would be treated the same, recognizing Montana should be much, much lower risk than Texas, Kansas, Nebraska, many states that are more likely to see the fly. 200,000? How many feeders did we think went to
We're
Canada?
still, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're still waiting on final numbers from USDA, but we think it's actually north of 200,000.
That was one company did
Yeah.
170 to 100.
Yeah. Last year at Penwar, in conversation with the provincial veterinarians for Canada, their take on what CFIA will do is that CFIA does not plan on closing the border. So if there is a detection in Texas this summer, and we're coming into fall where we want to see a lot of our cattle be able to go north, that's probably my biggest concern about New World through urban Montana as well. If it's to the south of us, I would expect that the border will stay open. If we get a detection in Montana, that could disrupt markets for a period of time. And so I think that's where continuing to have emergency preparedness is not fun to talk about for anybody. Like it's just this like hypothetical future meeting, right? But I think that's why it's really important that we continue to do the work so that we're doing lots of education, lots of awareness, so that if we do get it in Montana, we find it early, we get our hands around it as quickly as we can, so that we can, if they do choose to close the border, that we can get back to that kind of being able to cross soon.
So yeah, and I would add to that, beyond the provincial veterinarians, that also in attendance at the Cross Border Livestock Health Conference will be Alberta Cattle Feeders, Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the Saskatchewan Group, Alberta Beef Producers, and so that's been the benefit of some of those relationships that we've built with people. Is that because the other side is usually what they're using us to do is to place pressure on USDA, and we're using them to place pressure on CFIA because everybody listens to their own. But I think certainly we would have a lot of common ground, particularly with Alberta cattle feeders, in that the closure of that border is not good for them either, right? It makes their placements tougher. It makes their cost of procuring cattle much higher if they can't procure from Montana because additional freight, or God forbid they have to buy their own cattle for feeding, because that's been a problem for them. And so I think that's part of what we have to do there is leverage those relationships and make sure that the federal partners, because that's usually we have a lot of cohesiveness in that meeting between our state veterinarians and the provincial veterinarians, between the Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana cattle industries and British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan. We all get it. We all understand it. It's getting the people who sit in Ottawa and Washington, D.C. who make those decisions to understand it. And I know, you're sort of talking about for a long time, ever since I first started attending that meeting 7 or 8 years ago, and it always falls on deaf ears, but but hopefully it doesn't in this case. But trying to say, look, we need regional carved out approaches sometimes to animal health. So take it out of cattle for a second. If there was a African swine fever detection in the Maritimes in Canada, why would we close the Western U.S. border? So that's me talking to USDA, right? If they've got it contained and there's no connection between the two populations, it doesn't seem it. I know that the answer usually is let's close the whole border, but let's deal with it a little more common sense, or if it's an American cattle version, God forbid there's FMD, but it's in Florida and we can validate there's no connection. Can we carve out Montana? Can we carve out the Pacific Northwest? Can we keep trade going on this side of the continent? Those are constant sort of conversations that we have at that meeting. And that's what you just pointed out is the actual purpose of why we go to those meetings, to build those relationships. But we use each other, right? We use our Canadian friends to lean on CFIA. They use us to lean on USDA. And hopefully we get both of them to use some common sense. But, that is what it is.
What about imports into Montana from southern states?
That was what I was just going to add, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We have a draft rule, emergency rule, similar to what we did for EHV and EHM. We have draft language. Texas Animal Health Commission has authority over livestock. They actually don't have any control over dogs and cats. And so if they had a control zone in Texas, they can't stop movement of dogs and cats out. They can only do certain species. So depending on the time of year it is, right, kind of what our landscape is here, trying to write it with two different tones of like, we're going to be less restrictive or more restrictive. But we would put an emergency rule in place that would increase our entry requirements to try and prevent us from moving it into Montana.
Mr. Chair, what is the timeline that they feel the sterile fly production is going to be enough to do what they did in the 70s and push it back south?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, that's a really good question. The distribution, the second distribution facility that is supposed to, Moore Air Force Base is supposed to come online by late summer of this year. The second production facility in Mexico, I thought was supposed to be on a faster timeline, but it sounds like they probably will come online maybe around the same time. So it'll be later this summer. I think what's happening is, it doesn't do anything. Well, that's not true. It becomes less important to do sterile fly distribution way behind where the pathogen is or the parasite is. And so we just have to figure out how to shift what we do have for capacity up to the United States. And that's where that distribution facility is actually probably the more important component than additional capacity. They're both tremendously important, but a distribution facility at Moore Air Force Base would be tremendously helpful to us.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the biggest question is, so if the US would be hit with these screw worm, so our exports we do to foreign countries and our the current prices we have, how big would the effect of that be?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, I think that would be substantially less than for like an African swine. I don't know the exact answer, but then something like African swine fever or foot and mouth disease. This is once animals are slaughtered and you're moving a finished product, there's no risk of moving it. Well, I couldn't say maybe no, but there's a very low risk. Whereas foot and mouth disease and African swine fever can survive in those meat products. And so they're entirely different risk classification. Yeah, I can find out more, but I would say that it's not going to be the same impact as African swine fever.
Or just assuming, I guess.
I have no doubt we'll take some hit.
Oh, yeah.
The market response to the fake report of the fly being in Missouri, suggests that there will be an impact. No one knows exactly what it will look like.
Yeah, 10 days ago, there was a false alert that it was in Texas too, and it dropped the market, the limit the day of, and I don't want to get into that rabbit hole, but as long as we think we're prepared, that's.
Just need another polar vortex, a couple more at a time. Every week another polar vortex.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we all probably agree it's gonna hit the US at some point in 26. Do we need to take a closer look at roping cattle and imports from the South at that point?
Well, I think that for like the last 10 years, so.
We've got feral hogs that are gonna spread this rampantly across the South, Midwest. I just look at being proactive in protecting that northern border because it's huge for us here in the state. And I think we need to look really strongly at restricting any movement from south of Colorado, or I just think it's behooves us as protecting the industry to do that.
Well, I think that we have to, and I'll jump in here, and because we're sort of talking maybe in the political realm a little bit. It's, you mentioned roping cattle, but I think we'd have to consider all movements of animals north and south. So we know we have a significant population in Montana that goes south for the winter for roping. They're carrying animals with them. They're bringing those animals home. We also, one of our board members today is sitting down in Yuma. I don't think he and his wife did that, but if they like to take their cats and their dogs with them when they go to Yuma to be a snowbird, that you got to consider that as a potential vector. Pets, companion animals, bringing that back. So I don't want to I want to be careful not to say. I think you're spot on. And do we have to look at those things more cautiously and seriously? But it's broader than just one species. It's a multiple species. And as you know, when we start restricting people with their movement of their horses and their companion animals, that actually politically is a lot harder to do than restricting people moving domestic livestock. But it's something we'd have to consider how we deal with that, right? If we were going down that road, we'd have to look at it. We'd have to look at it broader than just one species or one part of the industry. It's a multiple species conversation that would have to be had if we were looking at those types of restrictions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, to to stay on the scientific side of the back end of Mike's comments, we're having conversations with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Obviously, wildlife species are susceptible. An infected carcass is still dangerous for at least a couple days after that animal is potentially harvested. So if we have an infestation that overlaps a hunting season, you have to worry about movement of carcasses out of control zones or out of infected states. So there are a lot of things to think about with this parasite because it does impact so many species. The process in Mexico right now to move animals north is that those animals are inspected for evidence of a wound and they are treated. The treatment has to be verified, and then they are inspected one additional time by a Mexican veterinarian down in Mexico. And for if there's any evidence of a wound, those animals can't move. Then they move to the north, and when they arrive at their destination, they have to be inspected an additional time. So on a lot of those previous detections in the northern states, they have found them early in the infestation process, and they have actually found them with non-viable larvae in wounds because the treatment seems to have been effective. That hasn't been all of them, but that's been several of them. So that shows that 2 inspections before movement, 1 inspection after movement system works. They're permitted. So that's a lot of what our draft rule is will reflect something similar to that. The inspection on this end becomes a little bit more challenging. We don't have the resources and the staff to throw at it, but we will figure out kind of for high risk movements, we can figure out how to accomplish something. And I think that the class of animal that's moving, animals that have recently been processed that might have scuffs on them from coming through the chute, animals that have recently calved, where you may not be able to see a wound on the vulva of a cow. There still is enough disruption to that tissue that would be a place that they could lay eggs. Those young animals with the open umbilicus, like those are the class of animals that we're really commonly seeing infestations in. So we can tease out a lot of those.
So I think this is all good discussion, but telling Susie she's not going to bring her cat to Texas and bring that cat back, I don't know anybody that gets an import paper for a cat. So that's going to be really hard. And the other thing I think we got to think about when we talk about restricting movement is if we restrict animals coming from Texas to Montana, who says Texas isn't going to restrict our animals going down there? Doesn't mean it's right, but we have to consider that because we have a lot of cattle to go south too. So, I mean, there's a lot of that's more the political side of it. I mean, let's just hope it doesn't get here. But be prepared if it does.
Yeah, Mr. Fettis, just a brief comment to that is I think that this ongoing national work group that's been occurring that has representation from all over the U.S. has allowed us to really have conversations. Florida is a state that is ripe for establishment of an ongoing population. Florida is going to be strict with their import requirements. The northern states, pretty consistently, we've communicated like we're going to allow the fact that the ongoing presence of New World screwworm in our states isn't as high of a risk, and so we might balance things differently. But our reliance upon that export market to Canada, I think everybody acknowledges that and understands that there's going to have to be some industry-specific requirements that states set, and so. If Texas has New World screwworm and we place enhanced requirements on them, I don't see them reciprocating.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, as I was saying, I think as long as we're risk-based, science-based in what we're doing, I don't think we can ever stop anyone from retaliating against us. But we have better grounds to stand on if the decisions that we would make in terms of putting restrictions on are very risk-based, science-based, make common sense. I think I hearken back to where all of our, my belief of where I thought I saw a lot of our animal disease response, all the things we prepare for fall apart a little bit was the initial detection of high path avian influenza in dairy cattle in Texas, because the information got out way fast, and multiple states, not to say that eventually it proved out that there needed to be some risk-based, science-based protections that people needed to put in place to try and stop its movement. That did prove out to be the case in time. But on day one, when states are announcing restrictions and we don't even know what we're dealing with, we don't even, that those are where I think we can't control what other states do, but I would hope that we have a track record in Montana of, as we did in the high path avian influenza. We were cautious. We didn't immediately come to the board and say, stop all dairy cattle movement in Montana, right? We didn't do that because we didn't think that was, and we still haven't. We didn't think that was the right approach for Montana at the time because we didn't have the risk-based, science-based evidence to justify such an action. And I would say that's more the political realm. As long as we're acting in that way, we can't control what other people do, but we have a better leg to stand on if we can point to some real risk science that concerns us, and that's the weight behind that decision versus just making a knee-jerk reaction to one news story that comes out.
Can I add just one more brief comment in regards to the dogs and cats and horses that go south and come back? Some of the communication that we had with the Montana Veterinary Medical Association this past weekend, and then we'll work on kind of getting out to the larger veterinary community, is let's educate them before they leave Montana. And there's actually some guidance from USDA on putting those animals on preventive medication protocols so that when they go down south, they've actually got some built-in resistance that will travel down with them and come back. So trying to do as much education to a community that we maybe don't often have as much contact with ahead of time.
The one question on the dogs and cats. My daughter adopted a dog, and these people, and it came from Texas. And this person had a busload of dogs they brought up.
Mm-hmm. It's our brucellosis canis conversation all over again.
And so, so that's the question. I mean, you say we aren't regulating, but maybe we need to.
Mr. Chairman, we know that there are rescue organizations that are maybe flying under the radar and that are not legally bringing animals in. In that situation, animals that come into Montana for change of ownership, dogs and cats, should come with a health certificate. If it's just a pet traveling with its owner, then they're not required to have a health certificate. So in the cases that we find those, we try to do some follow-up and education. The other thing for pets, the animals that are infested are pretty sick. Like these are, they end up being very serious wounds. They smell really bad. There's a bloody foul discharge from the wound. And so if it's a pet animal that's traveling with someone, I would hope that that person would notice. The problem that Mexico is seeing with their dogs are feral and free-roaming dog populations that no one is managing, where there are many, many cases in those animals. Pets, I think by doing some outreach to veterinarians and some of the import regulations we have for change of ownership, hopefully we would have a way to catch most pet dog and cats.
Well, this one, I mean, it had all the vaccinations and things like that, but still, I'm just saying, it came a busload.
Airplanes full of dogs.
There are at least 4 different locations in Montana that I should say probably more than that, but we get huge populations of dogs out of the south east United States because we see a lot of dogs come in those transport programs that are heartworm positive. Texas is a big one, Utah is a big one, and California is a big one. They have such high numbers of stray and unwanted animals, and we have smaller communities that seem to have gotten a hand on a lot of those problems. And also they have very small dogs, and a lot of people want small dogs, and a lot of our shelters tend to have large dogs. And so there's just this like glut of dogs that come in. We, like Emily said, we try to follow up with them when we are aware that they come in illegally. I know we don't catch them all. It would be probably 2 full-time jobs worth of work to try and follow up on all of the movement of animals and rescue channels. Like there's so much movement.
Before we move on, Eric, you got anything to add?
No, Jake, not really. I think I agree with Mike. I think any trade restrictions we might have to put on in a future time have to be based on science and genuine risk analysis, and the insinuating politics will fall where they may. But I think we need to be on the side of science and risk.
Maybe we should monitor these dog organizations a little heavier than we are, or harder to. Good luck.
Yeah.
Dean was trying to jump in.
Gene?
So, yes, Mr. Chair, just for the board and the public, I will assure you that I brought no pets with me, and I will not transport no pets back to Montana with me. So, and I'll check Cheryl out to make sure she doesn't have any open wounds too. So,
You're gonna get slapped alongside the head for that. All right.
New York, wasn't it? They found that somebody flew in.
He was Maryland.
Maryland. He was in DC area, a traveler from El Salvador.
In the non-screw world, non-new world screwworm category, just very briefly on RFID tags.
Move up to the, like I said, the vertigo's happening again. It keeps bouncing around.
USDA's allocation for the current fiscal year included an additional $2.5 million for our purchase of RFID tags. And I think through some of the efforts of our Montana delegation specifically, there's an emphasis that those tags will go towards brucellosis vaccination. And so we have not gotten our final allocation yet for 2026. We'll continue to advocate that we get a larger allocation, but it sounds like independent of our efficacy on advocating, that we should see an increase in tags this year. So that's, I think, good news for us going forward.
And Mr. Chairman, it's not on the agenda, but wanted to make sure you all saw the press release from yesterday. We had an avian influenza case in Carbon County last week. And then right after that press release went out, we confirmed a case in Gallatin County yesterday. So as on the disease updates front, we're still doing avian influenza.
And we have not sent a press release out on that one yet. I think our staff, after our last press release involving Gallatin County,
we're not doing those anymore.
They don't want us to do any more press releases on Gallatin County because they seem to get too much press. It's like so many calls from the media after the brucellosis in Gallatin County. It really, I think it's also the fact that it was between Christmas and New Year's, and so
no news time.
There was no news. I just want to add on to what Dr. Szymanski said, though, and I want to make sure credit goes where credit is due. We're really benefiting right now at the state level. We've had, and I'll call them out by name, Austin and Christian Bray. We've had two gentlemen come to Montana who had been working in the congressional delegation. One is working in the governor's policy office, and the other one is working for DNRC on government affairs. And they really, having worked for Zinke, Downing, different people in D.C., particularly Representative Zinke, because he's been a part of House appropriations at the congressional level, they've brought a really deep understanding of how to engage on the federal appropriations process. And so some of those things we're seeing the benefits of, what Dr. Szymanski talked about, the delegation, is actually, I want to give credit that they understood that process enough to reach out to all of us other agencies and say, hey, this is going on. This is when you need to make this request. This is when they're making those decisions. And we were able to get language into federal appropriations about some of these topics. And so that's why we're seeing the benefit of it. So publicly, I just want to say that we're getting some help from people that are working at the governor's office and other agencies that are helping us get some things and get some connections that we as a department haven't had before. So I'm very thankful that they're there and that they're leveraging their knowledge to help all of us and not just the particular agencies they're working for. So that's been good.
Okay. So that's all from the animal health.
Our cooperative agreement.
Cooperative agreement, excuse me.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, 2 items. 1 is the 2026 budget. 2 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 the first item under the cooperative agreement update, we're bringing because it's a substantial dollar amount. We, due to changes in how our IT system was funded through the legislature during the changeover from USA Herds to Trace First and Core One, we have some extra money in our ADT cooperative agreement this year. We're proposing to use it to purchase RFID readers for the district brands investigators. They currently do not have RFID readers, and given the increasing number of cattle with 840 tags, when they find a stray, but also as we discovered in the EIA investigation, the potential for use on horses when we're doing any work with them. And also we had a situation where with some stray goats, pet goats could be microchipped. And so there's a variety of species and different ID out there now that it would be nice for our district investigators to be able to read when they come across those animals. So we'd like to purchase RFID readers for district investigators and then use the balance of the funding that would be there to purchase RFID tags that we would distribute to veterinarians for next year's tag allocation. And so given the value of those changes, wanted to bring them to you. And then the second item there, we think we have worked out the funding for the elk capture. And we were actually told by USDA that we can't use the One Health zoonotic funding for elk capture, but we believe we have a different plan to cover the full capture of 100 to 150 animals. So I don't think there's any action needed there. Okay.
No, just,
So those are
just informative, that's what's.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
But I do think you need to vote on the purchase of the RFID tags.
The RFID tags need a vote,
So
yes.
And the readers.
I'll move that we purchase RFID readers for district investigators, and the balance of the money gets spent on purchasing more tags.
Okay. There's
I'll second it.
moved by Jake, seconded by William to purchase the readers and the balance going to purchasing tag. Is there any further discussion?
So one reader read all tags. Now they've got it. Okay.
Gene,
Well, I was just wanting an estimate. I don't remember, and I probably should, but I don't remember how expensive the tags are. So roughly how many tags will that money buy? Or what percentage of our location or something like that?
44,000.
44,000, is that what it is?
It's
Okay.
approximately $2 a tag.
So roughly 22,000 tags.
yeah, around 20.
Little south of there, but yeah.
20.
So every little bit helps. And then I have when we get through with the vote, Mr. Chairman, I have another question that I'd like to ask.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Gene.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you. So I was having some connection problems and it was probably answered, but I apologize if it was, but I heard that there was some tag problems at the border. And so I have a couple questions. How do we handle that problem? And then the other question is, how many of the cattle that come in, how do we read the tags? Do we, I've hauled cattle north, and we had to unload enough cattle so that back then there was, of course, no tags. It was just a paper copy of a vet certificate, and they had to check numbers, and they had steel tags, and we had to, or actually they had back tags, I guess, at that time. And they had to make sure they could read a certain percentage of the back tags and then reload and head on up to Canada. So what is the process stuff coming south today?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Curry, I'm going to start with the tag issue for cattle going north, and then I'll answer the second half. The feeder animals that go north are loaded on the truck, and the truck is sealed, and then the health certificate is issued that reflects the official ID of the animals in that load. When they cross the border, those loads are not offloaded. That's the purpose of the seal. Excuse me. And they're allowed to continue to their destination where the seal is broken, animals are offloaded, and the ID is verified on that load. What was happening, and it's not a huge number, but it was enough to get CFIA's attention, is that animals had RFID tags applied to them. They were scanned, they were loaded on the truck, they traveled north, and then they would get to the feedlot. And on the female side of the tag, which should be on the inside of the animal's ear, like the front half of the female side was broken off. So there was still a tag in the animal's ear, but all of the antenna component, which is what makes them scannable, was gone. So you couldn't look at that animal from the back of its ear and be like, oh, they're missing their RFID tag, because it still looks like they're tagged. It was a single tag manufacturer. They were purchase tags that were bought to put in these animals' ears. I have pictures of the tags. I have the lot information and of the tag. And so are having conversations with USDA. We'll be providing that to USDA. They will work with traceability staff and the tag manufacturers, as well as reach out hopefully to CFIA to kind of smooth all of this over. What CFIA allowed to happen this fall was the issuing veterinarian to write a statement that said these animals had official ID, at the time that they left my care, left my my responsibility, and that it's a tag failure between kind of point A and point B. What CFIA indicated was that was a temporary solution, and then if it continued to be a problem that they couldn't be assured was resolved, that they would turn back loads. And that's the last thing that we want to have happen. So we're working on that. In regards to loads that come south, Emily might need to help me out a little bit here, but similar, if those animals come across on a sealed trailer, they are not offloaded and inspected. They're allowed to go to their destination. Most often in the United States, that's slaughter. If those animals are coming across and they're not in a sealed trailer, you have to scan a representative.
So, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Schmansky, it depends why they're being imported. Animals that are destined direct for slaughter, the trucks are actually inspected and sealed at the U.S. border. And then when those animals are offloaded at slaughter, FSIS scans the tags and reconciles them with the health certificate. Animals that are being imported for feeding are generally not offloaded, but with the animals on the truck, you scan a percentage of the tags to make sure that they're all on the health certificate. Animals that are being imported for breeding are offloaded and checked for tattoos and tags and are all individually examined.
Thank you. It sounds like a much more streamlined and efficient system than it was. I hate to say, but Jake would appreciate that it was probably between 40 and 50 years ago that I was hauling cattle north to Canada.
I do know from meeting with Canadian cattle buyers, CFIA is becoming much more strict. Like they're tracing movements from your farm to the veterinarian. You have to have full inspection. It's crazy. So they're not hopeful that if this tag incident doesn't get resolved, that CFIA will not
reject loads.
Yeah, they will reject loads, and it won't be a good thing. So, but I talked to him too. I saw those tags. He showed me 3 of them, and it was purely a manufacturing situation. Yeah. The other brands that they were using, they've had 0% failure on them. And I was talking to him, and they've shipped hundreds of thousands, and as of right now, everybody talks about retention rate on RFIDs. They're seeing less than a 2% loss on what they're shipping to Canada. So retention's gotten much, much better on them.
Okay, anything else?
And one thing I forgot to ask, what is the lifespan of a reader, barring destruction?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, a reader itself will function for a very long time. How you get tags off of that reader is usually the component that goes outdated. So for a lot of readers, there's like a software system that doesn't stay updated, or the like technology moves ahead of it. So we have some readers in rotation here that I bet are 6-7 years old that we can still use. We've had ones that have gone older, so the readers themselves last a relatively long time.
Brings up one more question. So if there gets appointed, the reader can still, so can you manually see the numbers? You just can't download them?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Witchman, we have tried to select readers that have longevity as far as being able to get tags off of readers. But yes, we are purchasing ones that have a visible display on them. And then they do Bluetooth to phones. And so I think that that's probably going to help extend some of that life.
My VHS player still works, but I can't.
William?
So, Mr. Chair, we, like, in the loot house, we all have a tag reader. And the one we have is like 12 years old now. If you handle it properly and take care of it.
Yes.
But how that is used is when you walk the sows, you see one that's too skinny or too fat, you bump her up or you bump her down. At the end of the day, you just scan your information, your computer.
And that the software has all stayed.
Okay, anything else? We didn't follow any rabbit holes here.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready for lunch and come back to Jay.
I think that's what we'll do. So what do we do an early lunch, and then we'll come back and Jay
wrap it up.
And then wrap it up. So
all right.
An hour?
Wait,
I gotta do it partial labor.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All right. All right, we are off mute and video's coming on.
Call the meeting back to order. Eric's on, Lily's on, Gene's on. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jay Bonder, Brands Division Administrator. So this afternoon, I just have 2 rules that we're making some slight changes to, and then just a quick update. So I won't keep you here too long. So just a little background on these rules. The Brands Division and Legal, we had the opportunity to kind of review a document that MSU had put together. It's an extension guide dealing with livestock brands and also kind of estate planning. So as folks are thinking about estate plannings, including brands, branch transfers into that. So through that entire process, our brand recorder sat with us and we walked through basically every step that we take, a lot of scenarios, a lot of situations that she faces, how she handles those, the requirements she puts down. And so as a result of that, we did kind of come to the conclusion that maybe we do need to maybe tweak our rules kind of as they relate to what we call the non-natural person or corporation limited liability. And that really is the best term for that. I did look that up also just to see, can we use a different term that we're maybe more familiar with, but that's the term, the legal term that Ms. Simon had come up with, and it fits very well for this. So that was kind of the backstory of where we started with that and where we came up with that. So I'll just jump right into, and we can do these together or do them separately if we kind of fit together, but Ms. Simon was the one, as I mentioned, that drafted these rules. We did review these and think certainly they make sense and a good addition to our administrative rules for brands. So this deals with specifically kind of brand ownership, transfers, and then also kind of sale of livestock to make sure that we have that documentation right. So I'll start with 32-18-105. So this is brand ownership and transfer. And this is when individuals record a brand. And so as you're aware, we have tenants in common and tenants with the right, joint tenancy with the right to survivorship. And so we wanted to clarify here in number D that a non-natural person or corporation or limited liability company, they cannot own that brand in joint tenancy with the right of survivorship. So it has to be in tenants in common. And just to make sure that we were clear with folks is that, you know, if an individual is a part of a corporation, that individual passes away, the corporation does not cease to exist. It still exists along with the limited liability corporation. Those are a separate entity from the person. So we wanted to make sure that that was just clear for people that that had to be tenants in common. It couldn't be the right of survivorship. So we wanted to clarify that. We do currently, Ms. Simon believes that that really is currently already in law and other parts of the statute. Is that correct? Did I misstate on anything there? But we do believe that is currently in law. So.
Yeah, I believe that it is currently the law that a non-human entity can't hold property with a right of survivorship because they don't die. They don't survive anyone. So it doesn't make sense. I called a title agent too, just to ask on the real property side, what do you guys do? And he agreed with me. He said, yeah, I don't think we would ever let a corporation or a trust or a non-human entity own with the right of survivorship. So I think it's already the law. I just suggested, since I don't know if it's been a strict practice of the brand's office to, you know, if people check whatever they check on the box, I thought if we were to change our course on that in any way, it would be prudent to have it set forth in a rule that the public can comment on.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Yes.
I see that I don't know how to echo here, yeah, you use tenancy in one place and tenants in common, tenants in another place. So I just wondered about that.
That's getting fixed though, right?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Curry, so we are going to fix that also. So it'll be tenants, not tenancy. So tenants will be the change that we're making that change to that to update that rule too. But we did have that right here too. So I think we will probably have to change that in both places.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Curry, I will have that discussion, I guess, with Ms. Simon, and we'll make sure that it's one way or the other, I guess. I'm thinking it's probably tenants, but I don't know that for sure yet. So we will double check that. A good catch. Mr. Chairman, I might just move on, and then if we have other discussions, we can certainly do that. So then moving on to 32-18-106. So this is the sale of branded livestock. So as people are re-recording their brands or designating a person who can transfer this livestock, we wanted to make sure that that we do have, and there is going to be a slight change to this rule on B. So all brand recordings listing an owner that is a non-natural person, so a corporation, they must designate, and I'm going to make a slight change here to at least one natural person. So they have to designate at least one person who can transfer livestock on this brand for the corporation. So we want to make sure that they designate at least one person, and they can designate more than that, but we want them to at least designate and show that to us. And we wanted to make sure that that was kind of clear in the rule also. We also probably will look, some additionally transferring to make sure that we have, when a corporation wants to transfer, we may look at cleaning up some of that rules, but that's going to be a future discussion. So not one for today, but we've just reviewed our entire processes. That may be one that we look at and making some tweaks also. So
Mr. Curry.
Yes. If you put a person's name along with a corporation, will that affect the estate of that person? What is?
I don't know if I understand the question. Will it affect the estate?
Yes. So I don't know. I'm getting a huge echo. I hope it's not echoing there. But if that person dies that has their name on with the corporation, how will that affect the corporation's ownership of the brand or that person's estate?
Well, if what I believe is currently the law, if you have a natural person and a corporation that own it, they own it as tenants in common. So when there's an undivided 50% interest, when the individual dies, it goes to his estate, gets his 50% interest, but it would not affect the interest of the corporation.
Well, I have a question in that same line. You don't own it. Say, we have Warfield Ranch Corp. I sign for stuff. I don't own the company, but am I the designated person? What we've been going by is an officer in the corporation can sign.
Yeah, I think under the law, agency is like if the corporation gives the impression that this person is the authorized agent for them, that's all that's required. They don't have to be a director, they don't have to be a shareholder, they don't have to be an officer. That you just need the corporation to tell you this person is my authorized agent. So the purpose of that second proposed rule, where we want them to designate a purpose or a person who can act as their agent, the purpose of that is to save our brand recorder from having to go look at Secretary of State websites and decide who's actually an authorized agent. Okay. We don't want her going and making that determination. We want them to just tell us who's the person that can do this for you. So we don't have to check filings and see, well, is this person a director? Are they an officer? Are they a shareholder? We're just going to go on their representation that this person is authorized to sign on behalf of a corporation. And the reason I recommended this is because they were telling me that the purpose of joint tenancy is really to ensure that both owners have to sign on a bill of sale. Like Mr. Bodner told me that the constituency wanted that. They wanted a type of ownership where both owners would have to sign. And so in that situation, I'm thinking, well, if we have a situation where it's a human and a corporation that are joint tenancies, we need to know who's authorized to sign on behalf of the corporation in order to enforce that requirement that both owners have to sign. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but to me, I can sign it, my wife can sign it, my sister-in-law or my daughters, if people are owners in the corporation.
It can be whoever they tell us can sign it.
But one day I might, one day she might, or that's so everybody off, these 5 or 6 people can do it.
Yeah.
So why would they have to be tenants in common? Why couldn't we just have an authorized agent line that they fill out for their brand when they're applying for a brand under a corporation or an LLC? Why can't we just have an authorized agent line? Because like Gene's saying, maybe the corporation doesn't want the tenant in common to own 50%. Didn't you say if that tenant in common, if the real person dies, if the natural person dies, then that would go to their estate,
Correct.
their 50%?
Correct.
But what if that's not the intention of the corporation?
It doesn't matter if they hold it in tenants in common. Like they don't have control over the ownership of their co-tenant's interest.
But it's not a co-tenant.
It's just an agent.
So if I we just have, hey,
Do you see what I'm saying? Maybe the corporation owns 100% of the cattle, but if there's a co-tenant on the brand, does that co-tenant on that brand own 50% of the cattle? If they're held in tenants in common?
You know, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Fez, I don't know that we get into those specifics of that because we don't know exactly. We want to know who can sell those livestock and who can transfer that brand. And so that's what we're really focused on. You know, if it has to do with the corporation owns all the cattle, we're just saying that if a corporation and a natural person are on that brand, if you're going to do anything with that brand, then that natural person has passed away. We want to make sure that somebody can sign on behalf of that. And so then, once again, you could, if that person passes away, you could clear up whatever you wanted to after that. So we're not necessarily looking at the owner from our eyes. If that brand comes across the sale barn, we sell it. We're just going to make sure the check's issued to corporation and person. We don't really get into who owns the percentage of those cattle. That I don't know that that's our business.
But if that goes to an estate court, or that's my concern. If somebody dies and the estate court says, or the court says, well, you were tenants in common, so you each own 50%. That's going to create a problem in a lot of family corporations.
I guess I'm not sure how our proposed rule change would change that. Because
Maybe it doesn't.
we're just, I mean, I think
that
if
would be
that's
your
the
documents.
case, that's already the case.
Yeah.
And the purpose of the rule change is just to clarify for people that is how, if you're bringing in a non-human entity as a joint owner with you, they're tenants in common because there's no right of survivorship with a non-human entity. So I think that is already the law, and that would already be the situation. It's not really our concern. We're wanting to avoid the situation where someone would be confused about what type of entity they hold, because currently our registration form allows them to check, right? Joint tenancy or tenants in common. So conceivably there could be a situation where someone says, I want to record my brand in the name of Jake Fettis and Fettis Cattle Company, and I'm choosing joint tenancy. Well, legally, I don't think that's an option, but just to clarify, so people are aware of that, we would like to put in a rule of you can't do that under the law, even though you can check the box on our form. That was my concern in recommending this rule, is that it would cause confusion as to how this is held, when legally, I don't think there's an option for it to be joint tenants.
Right. Because, and as I was trying to understand it, is especially when you're talking about right of survivorship, right? Because just because the officer of an LLC has passed away, that LLC still exists. And so the assets can't, or the brand just can't go to the natural person because the LLC is not dead. Maybe the authorized agent's dead, but the LLC's not. And so they can't have that right of survivorship portion. Doesn't apply. That only applies when it's two natural people.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do think, these do somewhat, hopefully clarify. Although, I mean, when you get into, estate planning and transferring, it is somewhat of a complicated system, and it can be. And with the brands part of it, our part of it, we're trying to at least simplify a little bit of,
so you can follow it.
Yep, so we can follow it and we can tell people this is what the rule says if we ever are faced with that situation. So, and help our brand recorder kind of simplify a bit her task.
And it does sound like these are rare instances of recording. There's not very many situations where people have a corporation as a joint tenant or tenant in common.
Good.
Okay, so just to clarify though, sorry.
My brain's a little slow here. So basically, if the corporation LLC owns the brand, and then it has to designate who can legally sell the cattle. Doesn't matter if they're second cousin twice removed, it's just a person that you guys need that's designated to be able to sign off.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
They're essentially just explicitly designating
Yeah.
an agent.
Yeah, it's an agent, it's not an owner or anything, it's just who can. Saving you guys the steps of, like, I understand, because we have to do a lot of that stuff is when we're, yeah. Okay, I'm good.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe our brand recorder is already doing that, is requiring an authorized signer for corporations and LLCs. We just thought, let's put it in rule, so it's there.
That's correct. So once again, just to clarify though, I mean, on this 32-18-106, we will make a slight adjustment where you must designate at least one natural person. So we will make this a slight change to what's on the board, but it's been provided to you.
And just to Jake's point, to maybe, I don't know, hopefully it'll take some mud out of the water. We're not concerned about those percentages that have been agreed to. That's something that those people have to work out. So I go back to, I haven't worked in a livestock market, but I worked in buying grain, right? And so you would have people who were working on shares, and they would be hauling their grain in. And all we need, they may have some agreement that says the check goes to both of these people, but we would ask them, all right, well, how does this get split out? Is it 75-25? Is it 50-50? Now, if the person on the other side of that doesn't agree with that, that's not our problem. You need to go somewhere with a document and prove that, no, I wasn't supposed to get 25%. I was supposed to get 50%. We're not going to get into those things. But at the market, the check is going to be to Jake Fettus and Fettus Livestock LLC. And how you and the corporation figure out how to split that, that's your business once you get the check in your hand.
Any other questions?
Somebody was out there off mute. I don't know if they're nobody's off mute now. So.
Well, I bought service for about 15 years. Yeah, I lost service for a while. Now,
well, we've already
I'm
passed
still
it.
getting there.
We're getting about 1 out of 3 words.
I'll just listen. All right. I'll just listen.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, we, if you would like us to proceed with this, we would probably need
a motion to proceed with it to make a change to the rule.
Yeah. And as always, this is the start of a process.
Yeah,
we'll see what feedback we get.
So you need a motion on. Do you want to do both of them? I think do both of them in one motion. 106, 105, and 106.
Well moved.
Is there a second? Okay, the move by Greg, second by Jake to move forward with the proposed rules of 32-18-105 and 32-18-106. Is there any further discussion? Being none, read the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Eric's
Those opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, just wanted to provide you with just a quick update on where we're at with our Service Now program. We did, we're back on our on track. So we wanted to include our lifetime horse and rodeo cards. So we're still looking at creating that efficiencies on how, when we conduct those inspections and then we issue those cards, they go to state print mail. There is a lot of steps in between that process currently. And so we want to be able to, through our Service Now, we verify that information automatically gets sent to print and mail, and then they automatically print those cards to the individuals. We kind of got hung up over December. Well, actually it started with ServiceNow was doing a major upgrade, and so we couldn't do anything along those lines, and then holidays, vacations kind of held that up. So we did get back on track. So our meeting had a meeting this week to kind of verify where we're at in the process and looking at what steps need to be built out still. And we're really getting somewhat close. We have to build a few links between the state IT and GlideFast and then print mail. So they have to kind of verify these links, build them, and then verify that they work. And so we do have a lot of parties. So we have brands, we have GlideFast, we have the state IT, and then state print mail, and we all have to combine our efforts to make this work seamlessly. So we're getting pretty close. We think that our goal is to kind of complete this by the end of March or 1st of April to have this done. So looking forward to getting this one off our list. And as I will go through, we have a whole nother list of to do and our wants. The other thing with ServiceNow, I mentioned a little bit in updates, is just the system slowness. We did see this after our upgrade. It was kind of significant across all parts of our system. So even as you verify brands, there's a little bit of slowness in the system. We're getting a kind of a timed ribbon. So we asked GlideFast and state IT to help us kind of try to diagnose this. Now, these diagnoses of slowness issues are really difficult, but they did, talking with the contractor for GlideFast, they can run some diagnostics on the whole system to kind of look to see what might be hanging this up a little bit. So that is the next thing, or we're working kind of in conjunction with our lifetime force issue to try to resolve this issue. So the system was clicking along pretty good before the upgrade, and we did start to see some slowness issues after that. So we want to make sure that we can find it and fix it and get back to where we were before. So that's our goal with that. Just moving forward, our kind of to-do list for 26 with that is that we do want to make some fine-tune changes to the system. So when we have a number of markets that are using the mobile application out in the yards, and so if you brought in a load of cattle and then a few hours later you brought in another load of cattle, and as they go to check you in, it says, well, this tally already exists, but it's hard to find because then you have to scroll through all the tallies to try to find where this exists. So we're trying to find, or we're going to be working with GlideFast to say, all right, if that exists, I want to just push that and it brings me right to the tally. So those are some things that we want to simplify the system and simplify it for the users that are using this application, because it really does save a lot of time. And if we can save even more time, that'll be a good move. So working on that. Just a couple of other things where we want to add some a comment box along the inspection level, and that's just really pretty much for internal. If we need to make a comment on some things, we want to do that. We also do want to refine our compliance email. So now we're getting to the point where we're getting caught up in our backlog, and so that we're actually, our compliance team is actually doing compliance on these inspections. And so if they get an inspection in that fails compliance, that an email automatically goes to the district investigator. So it would be a local inspector, for instance, if they maybe were missing a proof of ownership, a bill of sale, something along those lines. That email directly goes to the district investigator, and then their charge is then to touch base with the local inspector to rectify whatever the issue may be. It is hard for them to actually see what that inspection is and where is it at and what was missing. And so we're trying to clarify or trying to make it easier for them to be able to, when that email automatically sends to them, that they can just push on the inspection, it opens up, then they can see what they're missing, what was missing, and then easily contact that local inspector. So you can get it done, but it's not easy currently to find that inspection. So we want to make sure that we just simplify that entire process. So It is exciting that we're actually doing compliance like we should. And so our compliance team has done a tremendous amount of work of trying to work through that backlog, and we are gaining some ground there. So we don't have that for inspections that are issued by the markets, because they do a number of inspections also. So we don't have really a no compliance email that goes out to them. So that's also on our list to build that out too. And then just kind of moving forward also, you know, in the big picture of things, Mr. Honeycutt mentioned it earlier, we are wanting to add our local inspectors into the system. We had, you know, one meeting with a local inspector. He's enthused about trying that. We showed him the system. And then it kind of got hung up through, once again, the upgrades to ServiceNow. And so we're just going to try to get back into what is it going to take to get that in those individuals on into the system and up and operating. I think in the big picture of things, to get full implementation or a significant implementation by locals into the system and doing electronic inspections, you know, we don't want to have to go out and purchase 500 mobile printers. So at that point, those inspections would most likely be fully electronic. So you would email it, you would text that, you would be. So that's down the line. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I think for these first couple, you know, we would certainly buy some equipment to get them started and see what it takes. But in the big picture of things, that's the direction we would move. And then also, we're also looking at how we would do lien renewal in ServiceNow too. So that's going to happen in December of 27. But we're thinking we need to be forecasting, preparing for that. So we're already looking at probably toward late summer, early fall, we'll be working with GlideFast on what it's going to take to include lien renewal into the system. So ultimately, we're going to give ourselves probably 9 months to be able to complete that process, so that we would be done by, I would say probably June 1st or fall of 27, before December, that we'd be up and running, that system's ready to go. So I don't think it hurts to plan early enough for these, because they all seem to take a little bit longer than what we anticipate. So we want to make sure that that's up and running for us in December of 27. So I think that was all I had today, and I'd answer any questions that you might have.
Great.
As far as the locals, why you're talking printers and stuff, why not just go fully electronic to start with and eliminate the printer?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richmond, I think we will probably do that. I think initially, because even our state inspectors, we still have a mobile printer. So we do an electronic inspection out in the field. We Bluetooth into our wireless printer, and then we hand that copy to the producer.
Okay.
So I think we would follow with that, but I think as this system gets more fully developed, our state inspectors will probably be the first ones that would do it, and then we would integrate that into local inspectors where they are fully electronic also. I don't know if the entire industry is quite ready for that yet, but I think we want to at least kind of get a start on that, you know, for fully electronic. And I don't believe that we have anything that stops us in statute from being fully electronic, although I am going to verify that, because if there is anything, I want to get that done at this session so that we're prepared moving forward.
Great.
So
The only thing in statutes that's going to stop it is gray hair. You know, is this going to be just a handheld, tablet, a laptop? What do you foresee this taking in?
You can do it all off your smartphone.
Okay.
Yeah, iPhone or Android. You can do it off either. Now, if the system was built on an iPhone, it probably they work fine either way, but it works probably a little better on the optics of it, a little better on night.
Okay.
But yeah, they could download that program today.
So, yeah, I'm just thinking of shipping points, making it where they have 2 or 3 different inspectors. You know, if they would invest in a laptop or a tablet for that facility per themselves, and then have it not hardwired, but pretty close to, so that irregardless of which inspector is working that particular day, he can just tune on and go. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wishman, certainly I think there's a lot of options out there. Actually, so the mobile device that was built out on these is actually probably one of the best parts of that whole application. So it was really designed very well. So that mobile part probably works as good or better than any part of the system. So I don't know that people would, once they got familiar with it, you use some of the bigger markets and, like Billings, for instance, like they would have a hard time operating without this today. So I would anticipate that we would see that with other users as you become more familiar.
William.
Mr. Chair, so how about if you're in an area where there's absolutely no service?
That's the issue, yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kleinshauser. That is an issue where if there is no service, we would have to either build into the system where that gets sent to them when you come in service, or you go paper. So it's not foolproof with that. Although, we have looked at, and I don't know where, Starlink and T-Mobile get together and looking at that kind of they're through kind of their beta testing, but, potentially if that is an option, I don't know where that takes us in technology, but I would say that, that certainly opens the door to things too. So
by the time you get the older generation to accept paperless brand inspections, we'll have satellite cell phones and you'll have service anywhere you can see the sky. So I think we're covered.
Yeah, and I would agree that, this is a long-term project, no doubt, but I think it takes a little bit of, some enthusiasm, some push. And there are a lot of locals that ask me about it, so I know there's some interest. And it's, we sometimes think, well, they're not going to be interested in that, but there is a lot of interest in that. So I think once we would to reach out, like we're ready for this, I think we would be surprised at the number that would be willing to try it out.
And I've heard particularly from people who are running, bull sales, production sales, where they're doing lots of change of ownerships to lots of different people and this is from the producers, not the inspectors. The producers who are aware of what we've done have said, well, why is that person sitting there writing out all these inspections? We want to see them use that. And of course, I've given the suggestion. I was like, well, if you use one of our staff, they can do it, but they would prefer to use their local inspector and pay the fee their local inspector. And so they've actually said, why can't you give this to our local inspector? And granted, the ones who have asked I know who their local inspectors are. They have local inspectors that would do it if we can figure out and make sure there's no kinks there. It doesn't create problems. So the more people know about it, it seems like the more interest there is. I know down on the reservation on the Northern Cheyenne, they were capturing some feral horses, I guess I'd say, for lack of a better term, and they were changing ownership on those, and we were working with the tribes, and they had one inspector who was using our electronic system to do that, and then the next time they did a roundup, they had one that was using paper, and we heard the feedback from them. They're like, well, we really send the guy back with the electronic. That went a lot smoother. And so, so it's one of those things. The more people know about it, the more people start asking about it.
Well, I can tell you, our bull sales on a Wednesday or on a Monday, and we have a state guy come out, and he does it all. And then the cow sale in December, we have a guy come out that does it on paper. And that bull sale is so smooth. I have every brand inspection in an hour after the sale because I print him a report and he plugs it all in. He comes and plugs it all in ahead of time, so it's all built.
Yep.
And then all he has to do is put in the new owners and print them. And I have a stack of brand inspections like that, and now we're done. And it is so nice. The other way with paper, we're waiting 2 days to get them.
So I don't know if we got more on this, but I do have I've gotten a text question. I've gotten a question from the chat. Mr. Moore wanted to jump in and see if you would give him an update on the mixed calves issue that he brought up at the last board meeting.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore. So going back to that issue, just as a little reminder or refresher, when animals get checked in as mixed calves, initially at a sale barn, that mixed calves follows all the way through to the release. So on that clearance, you get, even though I might have bought 50 steers, it says I bought 50 mixed calves. So we did do some research with that. Actually, I think we may have a fix somewhat to that. I didn't recognize or realize that we do have one barn that does make some changes to that. So as you put in mixed calves, you can go all the way through the system. You get done. I'm getting ready to print the clearance, but just before I do that, if I have that receipt from the sale barn that says Jay Bodner bought 50 steers, I can change that mixed calves to steers, peppers, whatever it may be, and then I can print that off. It does not change the head count of the whole system. If you went back into that sale and said, well, I want the mixed calves that we checked in versus the mixed calves we cleared, that number isn't necessarily going to match, but it doesn't change the head count of the sale by any means. It is a few more steps to get that done, but it is a step that can be accomplished without changing anything. So we do have at least one sale barn that is doing that. I've asked my staff then to go verify that in test, or they can do it a test sale, to just kind of run through the system and how they do that, what's the proper way to do that. Does that make sure that it doesn't change anything or interfere with anything? And I think she's probably close to being done with that. She did have some other duties that I asked her to do too. So it's been a couple of different things, but I was going to ask her to share that information to the other sale barns so that opportunity exists there too. So yes, it was, I'm glad Mr. Moore brought that discussion up, and I learned a little in the process too, that it can be done. So.
Any other questions?
I had I had a phone call a while back from a absentee plot owner that had just had a horse. Somebody just dumped a horse and nobody will claim this horse. And he was wondering what was the proper, and I said, well, you just call the brand inspector and they'll come out and take care of it. And I said, I honestly don't know. I don't remember what the full routine is once they call the inspector.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman, so I can kind of just walk through that. So an animal shows up on your place. I don't know who this is. We get a lot of those phone calls at the office, and then we refer those out to our district investigators. So they're the ones that actually do the investigation. So they'll go out, they'll collect those animals. They'll do some canvassing of the neighborhood to see, does this animal is it somebody in the neighborhood that it, actually is the rightful owner. If we can't determine that, we haul that animal back to a sale barn. And a lot of times we'll clip that animal then to take another look at, can we find a brand? Can we find any identification? And sometimes we do. And then we can, that's the owner. Those animals came in on a lease or whatever it may be, or find the rightful owner. We'll contact them. They can either come get that animal. If they don't want to get that animal, it gets sold and then the proceeds would go to them. If we do not determine an owner in that situation, then those animals will advertise those for 10 days. So we'll put them in the local paper of kind of where we'll take a picture and we advertise them. This animal was found, in this location off this road in this county. And we advertise those in the kind of the public notices of the paper. Those are also put on our website too. If nobody claims the ownership of that animal then gets sold, and then we hold the proceeds for that animal for 2 years. And so once again, we do kind of a yearly big advertisement where we advertise all these animals that if somebody missed it, you get another crack at, yep, that's my animal. I want to claim ownership. If no ownership is claimed within that 2 years, then that money is retained by the state. So,
And then I just one more. And the sale is just a loose horse, whatever it brings, $10, $50, whatever it brings.
Correct.
So, just to finish the question, so Mr. Chair, so after these 2 years are out, you said it goes to the state, whatever, so how much money a year do you get from something like that?
Actually the number's pretty significant. I'd have to look to see, but I don't know that I could give you that off the top of my head, but I know it's a significant number.
Yeah, if there's anybody across the hallway that's still listening to us and hearing us, if they got that number, they can walk in and tell us.
I can certainly provide that, but I know, I mean, we've seen individuals that have probably not claimed upwards of $40,000 in a year. So, I mean, that's a significant number. That's, one individual. So,
well, just to add to what Jay's saying, we've had times where all somebody had to do was come and bring us a bill of sale. And maybe the issue was they couldn't find a bill of sale that we were going to buy, but we've held money at the markets for people of that type, 40,000, 50,000, that all they had to do was come with a bill of sale, and they never did. Like this, I don't know about your business, but I can't let 40 or 50,000 go. But some people evidently can. Either that, or they knew they couldn't. They didn't have what they needed. So
when animals do get checked in, like sometimes animals get checked in incorrectly at a sale barn, or maybe you bring in the neighbor's animal. Like we catch, I'm probably not 100% of those, but we catch I would say pretty close to most everything. But if something gets checked in incorrectly and we need some additional information, that market's got 30 days then to reach out to that producer, say, hey, I need a bill of sale, I need a release of interest, I need some paperwork to fix that. If they don't do that within 30 days, then it gets sent to the Helena office. And then we send out another letter saying, hey, we need this information for you. And in the same process, there exists too, that, we have 2 years to resolve that issue. And in many cases, we get it fixed, and sometimes people don't respond, and that money is retained. So that's the process. So yeah, I mean, just back in my home neighborhood, Rainsford area, I mean, our investigator was there, picked up a cow, couldn't really read the brand, and brought it back to Lewistown. They clipped that cow, and then actually did at that point could read the brand, found the owner, and then contacted them. So that's the process.
Any further questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Board.
Thanks, Jay.
Any comments from the public?
Well, Ellie left, but Carly Johnson is online, so I'm sure she might want to talk to us. So,
okay, Carly,
give her a shot
anyway.
Good afternoon. This is Carly Johnson with Montana Farm Bureau. I just want to thank you guys for all of your hard work on behalf of the industry. It's always so fun to listen to the good conversation, and we had a great meeting yesterday with the Department of Livestock staff and some of our senior leadership. So we're always open to ways to help you guys in any way that we can. And like I said, just really appreciate the opportunity to listen in. So happy to answer any questions if you've got them.
Thank you.
See if anybody else online that doesn't work for the Department of Livestock have anything to say.
Carol Curry.
What's that? Carol Curry?
Sure.
Okay,
All right.
well, I guess it's time to set date for the next board meeting. Everybody started to gather. Jake will be done by then, but he'll be gone.
Yeah, first week of March would not be good for me, so. After that or before, it would be good.
After that, it's
It'll be for me, Kansas City that whole week.
the first week of March.
Yeah. I'll see you around too. What's that? You won't be here either.
So
I'll be here, just won't be there.
the last week of February, at least from what I can see, is okay with the department. The second week of March, Tawny's out. It looks like maybe on the 11th, maybe not. Just part of a day.
Mike Kevin's gonna get rolling really hard there.
But yeah, and the 10th is possibly an economic affairs interim committee meeting. I don't know if we'll be on their agenda that day or not, but even if we met that day, we could, one of us could pop over, do what we need to do and get back. But the last week of February, if we wanted to have a meeting there,
so
understanding that I imagine March and April, like it could be that whatever the next meeting is might be the last meeting till May. So
I think so. Do you want to do the last week of February? That work, Jake?
Yeah.
I don't remember if Gene's back in. Is Gene back in the state?
I know I'm not gonna be around the 25th in Canada.
So Gene jumping
Yeah,
on.
I don't have anything that whole week.
And we can always adjust. Oh, it looks like Gene got cut off and he's trying to get back on. We can always set a date and then reconsider if it doesn't work. Oh yeah, there's a livestock loss board meeting. Thank you, Cheryl.
What day is that?
Or
They say that was the 25th.
or I think that was, or no, I don't know who that was, but yeah, I can't remember what date we set for now. I must not have it on my calendar yet. Let's not put it on there. I'll look.
Somebody said 24th, 25th.
Yeah.
That was set for the 24th.
24. Okay. Oh, that's Donna talking to us. That's
Yeah.
who's talking to us. Yeah.
So
So
on the 25th.
Yeah,
We're back to the 26th.
I will be when I'm tired.
I'm tired today. Cabin.
So let's try the 26th.
The
I think that's a good
26th
idea.
doesn't work for me or Alan because I have a producer dinner that he better be at on the 26th.
well, you said dinner. Well, if it's like today, he'll be headed home by lunchtime. So
It starts at 4, so if we can be back by 4, that's fine. But even then, I don't know that I should probably be here set up. So
Sounds like 27th.
what's that? Is that a Friday?
Yep.
Um,
27th.
Right.
Okay. All right, we'll go for 27th. If that doesn't work, we'll figure out a different plan.
When are the lamps dropping, Greg?
Oh, we start lining the 1st of April, Calvin the 15th. So
Okay.
yeah, April is kind of my ugly month.
So is there anything else? Meeting adjourned.